Hey! Did you guys like my little improvised music video? I thought it was pretty good. I think that was a great opening. No? What do you mean no? I think it was great. High art, definitely. He was just a baby boy. Terrifying. You feel uncomfortable because of it. Okay, then I did my job. Very 2005. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Sorry I did not stream last night, and it's a little bit of a late stream today. I've been working on a really cool show that I'm premiering tomorrow with my buddy Charborg. I just tweeted about it, and it should be out tomorrow. We should be able to run it at 5 p.m. PT, I believe. It's going to be really cool. I hope you guys can make it. But basically, since I was working on that all day yesterday and today, I haven't really had time to prep another stream. So the plan is I'm going to try to hit level 80 in WoW tonight so I don't have to worry about it when I go to TwitchCon, and I can just, you know, chill out, and it'll be a great time. So for those without Twitface, what's it about? I haven't really shared much, but I did share a little bit in the last stream we did. Basically, without spoiling too much, think of it as a viewer interactive Dungeons and Dragons adventure. Not traditional Dungeons and Dragons, however. It's going to be, in a lot of ways, powered by a artificial intelligence DM and you guys. So it's going to be a mixture of the viewers and an AI that is powering the show. I'm not going to give away much else, but we have put a lot of thought and effort into building a format that will not only be really fun and like interesting to take part in, but also hopefully can be kind of serialized into a bunch of different mini campaigns and adventures. So yeah, it's going to be, it's probably the most ambitious show that I've worked on this year. And we do a lot of really ambitious shit. So I'm very excited to see how it goes. You know, success or fail, I think we're going to learn a lot, and it'll at the very least be something to remember. So the plan is that's tomorrow at 5 p.m. PT. I have been working on it all day. I'll probably work on it tonight after the stream. So tonight's going to be more of a chill stream, just trying to level and maybe listening to some SCPs like we did last time playing WoW. That was a lot of fun. Hope you guys enjoyed that last time we did it. And yeah, that's kind of the plan for tonight. So it should be a heckin' good time. Now I'll go and show you Babey. Babey is bum-ba-na-ba. Oops, forgot it was zoomed in. Yeah, that's him. That's him. Love him. Love Babey. Babey is level 79, so I literally have one level to go. I was thinking I could do it on stream, hopefully. I'm also going to be on camera. So let me put my dumb face on the camera. There I go. Hi. Yeah, he's stuck in baby prison. Where's the audio? There you go. Wait, did I mute the game? Nice to meet you. My, you're a tall one. Can you put your face over the portrait?
Yeah.
I don't want to be small again. I'm a big baby. I want to be big. I hated saying that. Cardis, thank you for the 48 months. Wait, is the September emote still around? The surprise? What the fuck? They didn't get rid of it? No!
Yeah, what do you want?
Why?
Have a good one.
I live, bitch. Oh no. Why did he survive? Did you think me defeated? I was with you all along. This is a disaster. Friends, pals, always. Brawler, thank you for the 64-month resub. Wowee. Wowee. You still have Komodo hype? Yeah, they don't really get rid of global emotes, do they? Sir Seafrielder Village. What's your deal?
I can't do that. That ability isn't ready. I can't do that.
This is too loud. Let's turn it down.
Recharging. Not ready yet.
What's up, Control Squid? Yeah, we're just gonna be doing a little bit of leveling and chill. Listen to some SCPs again. Did you guys like the format of the last stream? We just kind of had SCPs playing in the top right. Any other changes? Anything else you want to listen to besides SCPs? You can kind of do a whole bunch of different stuff. And maybe if you're lucky at the end of the stream, I'll give you a sneak peek of what's coming tomorrow. Maybe. 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 Maybe, baby. Maybe, baby, if you're lucky. We've been building OBS scenes all day, so there's gonna be some actual production value going into this one. Maybe bedtime stories for baby. Listen to your Halo 3 stream? No! Gross! That's TOS. Can you dress up like an SCP? No, my shirt is inside out right now, which is really embarrassing. There was one time I went out and had a whole night out with my friends without realizing my shirt was inside out, and no one told me anything. You admit it? I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna shy away from it. Why admit that? Because it's you know, why not? I'm not gonna pretend like it's not who I am, that I sometimes wear my shirt inside out and then no one will tell me for some reason. We didn't know that till you pointed out. Can you even tell? What if it's just the style and I'm messing with you? What if that was improv? What if I'm doing a classic streamer improv like moment right now? How about that? Why wouldn't you fix it? Because now if I take it off, it's TOS. I'd have to turn it inside out. Weird, bro. He is lying again. You must do improv a lot.
It's locked.
Put a blanket over the camera. This shitty like $8 camera, it would get leveled with a blanket on it. Unhinged video comedian. You put on a blue shirt and have the SCP videos play on your chest. Huh. Streamer, please play the video on your chest, please. Maybe that's a different kind of stream, you know? I feel like that'd get me in trouble. Teletubby SCP reel. Overlay the video on your face. I mean, we kind of did that back in the day with when I had the green face paint on, right? And I did the whole stream on my face. You really want that again? Alright, and I got broken up with. Any advice on moving on? Well, I don't think a streamer is the best person to kind of give you personalized advice. I'd first try talking with, you know, family or friends. But as someone that's been there before, you know, it just takes time and, you know, kind of usually some soul searching, get in touch with yourself and try to understand, you know, what you need in life right now. So that's usually the best way forward. And then the rest is just time, man. And Yahoo Answers, also true. Yahoo Answers will come in clutch. Focus on you, bud. Yeah. Get revenge hot. That's one thing a lot of people do. They start hitting the gym. They're like, you know what? My abs are gonna look like a Swiss. No, like a cheese grater. Is that what abs look like? No, that's probably not a good thing. You know what I mean? What's that term? You can a washboard? Yeah, you can like cut cheese on. You can grate cheese on those abs, sort of thing. Washboard. Fuck it, you know what I'm talking about. Man, I love cheese abs. You could grind meat on those abs. See? People know what I'm talking about. Or charcuterie board abs. Yeah. Washboards are for cleaning clothes. I wouldn't know that. I have a washing machine. Try to get washing machine abs. In your last vacation, are there any streams or videos? No, I didn't record anything on that vacation. I was trying to get away from making content for a little bit. But there will be recordings and videos when I go to TwitchCon, I'm sure. Which is this next week. So there will be some streams while I'm there, I think. Charborg! Look who's here! Yeah, Charborg, I think, has made some last-minute plans to go to TwitchCon. Maybe to, you know, to hang out with a certain someone. I'm gonna get that fish drunk. You know what I mean? Wink, wink. I'm gonna get that fish drunk. Ooh la la. Actually, I don't even know if Charborg drinks. Wait, yeah, he does. He's always smoking that cigarette. That one candy cigarette he's always got in his mouth. And sipping, you know, an Alky-Seltzer. What the hell just happened? Ghost. He's always drinking. Hey, do fish always drink? Or do fish breathe water? You ever think that? You ever think about that? What do you think? Duck. What? Fuck. Why not both? Did this guy just lock himself in prison? I saw that, you little goblin. He just wants to be saved. What's over here? Anything else of value? Well, technically a fish absorbs water through the gills, which then passes out the oxygen. So it's neither drinking or breathing, streamer, you ingrate.
It's locked.
It's locked. It's locked. Okay, we need one more key.
I'm out of range.
Don't we all just want to be saved? Not true. Some people like doing the saving, you know? Savior complex. Like Babey. Babey's a savior. Look at that. He doesn't need no one to save him. Not even these big women. Who would save that? Just you wait. I'm gonna be tanking heroic dungeons soon, and all my friends will be, "Oh, baby, thank you, baby. You saved us, baby." He'll go, "I can't attack that target. I can't do that right now. It's locked." He only talks in character. Praise kink. Not everything has to be a kink, you know. Sometimes it can just be a personal preference, you know. All right, who's my turn in this quest then? Aha.
Time is money, friend. Time is money, friend. Glad I could help, Well. Spit it out. Keep it real.
Okay, a bar and a half down. God, too many to go. This is the last level to 80. Once I hit this, there's no more EXP bar. I've beaten World of Warcraft, and I can finally sleep. and not play this stupid game. You know? Then you grind gear. That's when the real game starts. Yeah, I'm like the last of my friends to hit 82. I think Sam's leveling right now, but I think he's ahead of me, so he's gonna hit it tonight. And then there'll be me. Sam hit 80. I think he's 79 right now as well. And then they trick you to going back to Dragonlance next month. Dude. When they announced Dragonlance was coming out in November, I audibly sighed. I was like, I'm not strong enough to do it all again. Why? Just fucking don't. I don't want this right now. I'd be totally down if it was like 3 months. But 1 month? Oh my god, Locrina the Crone? Leave no goblin behind. Why is she helping us? There must be a little green prisoner you're after. We might be able to help each other. If I had my runes, I could go... Yeah, okay. Look at these strong men. That'll be me one day. Damn, look at those washboards. Anyone need a world tour? Lawman, can you, like, wait until I'm 80? Like 3 hours. No, they're all gonna go on without me. Sad.
That ability isn't ready. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet.
3 hours sounds optimistic. Oh, they don't know that. They don't know that. That 3 hours is totally realistic. Six hours is generous? No, please don't say that to me. Oh, I grew up. Oh, I really grew up. Speak to Mildred the Cruel inside the Forlorn Mine. Okay. Did 79 to 80 in 2 hours, you'll be good. See? And I'm sure that guy's not even a hardcore gamer. I'm sure he just did it casually while watching a movie in the background. So, what do I have to worry about? Use the discipline rod on 6 Vrykles. Oh my. Who are we gonna be disciplining? Wait.
It's too far away.
This one. I'll teach you some manners, wench. Take that back. You beating slaves? Yeah, but we're doing it... We're pretending to be the bad guys and doing it as the bad guys. So actually, we're doing it... it's a good thing that we're doing it, you know? Honestly, from playing through this expansion, there are so many questionable moral quests in this, in Ice Crown or whatever. Like, it seems like every other quest. There's one quest where you literally are stealing babies away from a native species and giving them to like an encroaching species because they're claiming to like give them a better life. And you're killing the parents in order to do that. It's like, it's pretty bad. Canadian moment. Yeah, pretty much.
far away. It's still recharging.
Treat us worse than animals.
I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready. That ability isn't ready.
There's one where you torture captives to death for information. Yeah, that's pretty par for the course in WoW. We're the heroes, though. We're the heroes, by the way. Did you do your daily child snatching quest? Oh yeah, the child snatching quest isn't just a one-off, it's a daily. You're encouraged to do it every day for more experience. World of War crimes. Alright, slay Garhal. These quests are only giving me 10k each. That's suboptimal. I should be fighting the 20k ones. Eat shit, Garhal.
That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready. I need a target.
Gotta grind the baby snatcher rep to get the jewelry. Yeah, it's all about the rep grind. How many baby snatching does it take to get the best in slot jewelry for my class? Is a common Google search. Do not riddle me this. We'll put on some SCPs in a second. Okay, there's an exit. I did not read about the exit. Is it this way? Change of scenery. What did they say? Reconvene with Lokir the Crone in Brunhildar village. There's an exit in the eastern end of the mine. Okay, great. That purple bar creeping up. Yeah, 2 bars down. In no time, I'll be there. Honestly, I think Lawman and Gmart will probably just finish doing their heroics, and then I'll hit 80. And I'm going to be so sad and upset that they decided not to wait just like an hour. But that's fine. I'm going to wait for that emotion then instead of having it now. Here comes the XP bar. All right. Challenge Agneta Tears Dotar in order to save Zeev Fizzlespark. Okay. Damn, look at that big woman riding that tiny bird. This game crazy. Am I challenging? Netta Tears Dotar? Uh-oh. Does this person also want it? Oh, I invited you. Use you lose, flying lady. Oh, a little goblin popped out.
What's up?
Okay. I'm gonna get away from these crazy blue women. Not me. I like it here. Listen to the crone's proposal. Okay. Lore. 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 Okay. Defeat 6 victorious challengers. Okay. Hello. Start looking for the next one. Hey, you. Fight me.
I can't do that.
Any others?
That spell isn't ready yet. Not ready. It's still recharging. That ability isn't ready yet.
Huh?
Not ready. I don't have a target.
Oh, arms and armor.
Negotiable. I can't break.
Ooh, these look cool. Too bad they're bad. What the hell's going on, bud? Bear handler? Wait, can we get these? Aw, I want a bear. I followed the bear. Bear is like 800 gold in Dalaran. What else? You? Do the dailies you can get a chance to get in the loot bag? Really? I've heard that as a rumor. Is that actually true though? Has anyone actually gotten that? One more. I got it back in the day. I don't think there were loot boxes back in the day. Different loot bag than the ones you're thinking of. Okay. Little skeleton boy.
I can't do that yet. Not ready.
Oh, there's... Ooh, here's the dailies. What do you want? Never mind, can't do them yet. Okay, go this way, and then I'll pull up some SCP in the background. You guys want more Dr. Bob, or do you want to try a different SCP creator? Dr. Bob's got the animated ones. Volgan's got the red ones. SCP Explained is also animated and pretty good. Animated. Exploring series? Yeah, the Exploring series is also pretty good. I like Dr. Bob's storytelling, though. I think he does pretty good. Oh, an emblem of heroism. Well, I don't mind if I do. Oh, one came out yesterday. Where's my SCP heads at? Or just shortened to P heads. Where my P heads at? You guys want to see some new P? It just dropped. Yo, fresh P just dropped? Sign me up. Let's see. Sir? I'm about to run off a cliff. That's okay. That's you guys. That's the wrong one. All right, let's see. New browser. Dramatic Kiwi, thank you for the 31 months. All right. Let me know if this size is okay for you guys or too small or whatever. Let me turn Twitch chat off. Where did this go? How's that? What do you think? Mount Icefang and shoot 7 Frostworks. Oh, riding a bear. Am I controlling this thing? I don't actually know. It's good? Okay. And now we balance the audio.
The girl has been sitting in the waiting room for at least 20 minutes now, curled up on a hard plastic chair and staring at an inspirational poster on the wall. Her eyes are bleary and unfocused, with heavy dark circles that indicate she hasn't been sleeping well. She tries to focus her attention on the poster and read the words, but she's having trouble concentrating. She keeps nodding off, only to jerk back to wakefulness when her head starts to sag. This is what life is like for her after weeks of insomnia.
Anyone here have insomnia?
She was just about at the end of her rope, certain that this was going to be her life from now on, until she happened to see an ad in the newspaper for a study at a local sleep clinic. She doesn't think much of that sort of thing, but she's desperate for anything that might help her to get a good night's sleep. Eventually, the door opens, and a technician calls her into his office. The girl stumbles to her feet and drags herself inside. "Thanks for volunteering to be part of our study," says the technician. He's got a friendly smile and a soothing manner that instantly puts her at ease. It's obvious from his bedside manner that he's worked with lots of sleep-deprived patients before. He pulls out a clipboard and starts to make notes on a sheet of paper. "We've gone over your application, and we think that you would be a really good fit for this project." Thank goodness.
Why's the clown music playing?
She had just about given up hope after that long wait. She half expected that they would simply tell her that she didn't qualify and send her home to try and figure out how to get over her insomnia by herself. "So you've been having trouble sleeping," says the technician. "Tell me about that." The girl hunches her shoulders. "There's not much to tell. I've had sleep problems for years. I have really bad sleep apnea, so I've always been a rough sleeper. I toss and turn, and I wake up at least several times a night, but it's really gotten bad lately. I can barely even drift off to sleep these last few weeks."
Fuck.
The technician nods. "That's exactly the kind of problem that we want to look into here," he says. "For this study, we're going to monitor you as you sleep and see if we can diagnose this problem." She nods. The technician keeps talking, but she's not listening. She doesn't really care about the details. The important thing is that she's going to finally get a decent night's sleep. The technician leads her to a laboratory, a large room with several simple cots arranged along the walls. Next to each cot, she sees a bank of odd electronic machines. She doesn't immediately know what they're for, but she can guess. She's participated in sleep studies before, in hopes that they might be able to help cure her issues, and they usually connect machines like these to your forehead as you sleep so that they can read your pulse and brain activity. "Sorry, it's not the most comfortable arrangement," says the technician, "but all you have to do is sleep. There's a bathroom down the hallway if you need to get ready for bed. When you're ready, we'll prepare you for the next step."
Forehead.
The girl doesn't care if the cots aren't all that comfortable in the technician's opinion. This might as well be the plushest feather bed to her. After changing into her nightclothes and brushing her teeth, the girl returns to the lab. She finds the technician waiting for her, holding what appears to be a perfectly ordinary CPAP machine. The girl, of course, recognizes this device. She's used these things on multiple occasions in her desperation to find a solution to her sleep apnea. They're supposed to help open up the breathing passageways to increase airflow and thus reduce the incidence of sleep apnea, but the girl has never had much luck with them. She frowns. If this study is just testing a new sort of CPAP machine, she doesn't have a lot of faith that it's going to help her much. The technician notices her dismay. "I know that you've probably used these before," he says. "This is just the first step. We want to see how your sleep cycles react to ordinary treatments before we try anything more radical." "Okay, sure." The girl doesn't have the strength to argue. She's bone tired, and she's ready to collapse into bed. Without another word, she takes the CPAP mask from the technician and straps it to her face. She climbs into bed, and the technician attaches the hose to the machine next to the bed. He switches it on, and the machine begins to emit a familiar, comforting hum. The technician attaches several electrodes to the girl's cheeks and forehead. He starts to explain that these will allow him to monitor her sleep cycles and check for any anomalous reactions.
React more?
She's barely listening at this point.
Oh!
I'll just be monitoring you from the next room.
The
says
next
technician,
room?
Pointing to a video camera in the corner of
Oh
the
my god,
ceiling.
she's being watched?
So don't worry about anything. If there are any problems, I'll be watching.
Watching!
The girl barely has the strength to nod her head in response. She's so incredibly tired. Already she's drifting into oblivion. The room is swimming before her eyes, her mind distracted by hypnagogic illusions. The technician's voice sounds like it's a million miles away. She's practically already dreaming. Her eyes close before he even leaves the room. The technician takes his station at his desk, sitting before a bank of video monitors. The grainy gray feed from the security camera shows that the girl is fast asleep in her bunk, her chest rising and falling rhythmically with her breathing. Nothing unusual going on so far. The technician takes a sip from a mug of coffee and prepares for another boring night of watching someone else sleep. Of course, he hopes that the information gleaned from his observations might be of use in helping this girl to solve her sleep problems. And he hopes in turn, that might help other people with similar sleep apnea issues as well. But for now, he's just staring at the screen with half-hearted interest. At first, everything is quiet. The CPAP machine seems to be doing the trick, allowing the girl to breathe quietly and sleep peacefully. The technician watches without interest as the girl progresses through the different levels of sleep, the monitors in front of him reflecting the changes in her biorhythms. It isn't until she reaches her second round of REM sleep, the stage in which a sleeper dreams, that something strange happens. Under her eyelids, the girl's pupils quickly flick back and forth, almost as if she's watching a film. This is totally normal behavior, of course, during REM sleep. The technician barely even looks up as the monitors register her transition into this new sleep stage. He's been working at the sleep clinic for long enough that he knows to expect this. He might not have even looked up if his coffee cup hadn't happened to finally run out. When he hefts his empty mug, mumbling to himself in annoyance that now he's going to have to walk all the way across the facility to refill it at the coffee machine in the break room, that's when he finally catches sight of it. It happens so suddenly that at first, the technician doesn't believe his eyes. He thinks it must be a glitch in the hardware or possibly that his own eyes are playing tricks on him. He has been drinking a lot of coffee to stay awake after all. But no, it's really there. He can see that there is a second person in the room now, a large, dark silhouette standing over the girl as she sleeps. He blinks in surprise. How did someone get into the building, much less the laboratory, without him knowing? The figure is silent and motionless. It hardly seems threatening, but at the same time, it's hard not to read someone as threatening when they break into your room and stare at you as you sleep. As he watches, the figure starts to change subtly before his eyes. Soon, it's not just a solid blob of shadow. It's coalesced into a human figure, that of a large male humanoid. Its torso bulging with muscles, its arms laced with sinews, but instead of a face, this figure has the gleaming white skull of a horse.
That's new.
It remains standing over the girl. The girl snorts and turns in her sleep, grunting and mumbling. She's acting as if she's caught in an especially troubling nightmare and is struggling to wake up. The creature standing over her does not react to her movements, instead, staring down at her with an eerie, unflappable calm. The grainy camera footage makes it hard to make out the details, but the technician is almost certain he can see the tiniest flicker, like the reflection of light in a dilated pupil, in the empty sockets of the mysterious stranger's skull. The skull doesn't react. How could it react, after all? It's just a skull.
Doesn't react,
but its
just like
silence,
Criken.
with that rictus grin and
Fuck
empty
off.
sockets, only makes it more frightening than if it had reacted. The technician gulps and rises to his feet, his knees shaking. He can't let this go on. He doesn't know what kind of practical joke is going on, but he did promise the girl that he would be responsible for her safety if anything weird happened. More to the point, the presence of this masked stranger might jeopardize the results of the study. He hurries from the office, making a beeline for the laboratory. He doesn't exactly know what he's going to say or do when he confronts this stranger. He just knows that he has to do it. But then, he starts to feel sleepy himself. The closer he gets to the laboratory, the more his own body starts to defy him. His limbs feel rubbery, his eyes feel heavy, and his thoughts start to swim. Despite all the coffee in his system, he also feels himself succumbing to sleep. He's only 50 yards from the door when he finally collapses into a heap on the floor. His eyes remain wide open, staring sightlessly ahead of him, and his mouth gapes like a fish out of water. Whatever he's experiencing, whether it's something that only he can see or something in his mind, his expression reveals only abject terror. Meanwhile, at the exact moment that the technician collapses, the figure standing over the girl in the lab blinks momentarily out of existence, as if somehow reacting to the commotion outside. And when it returns, it isn't alone. A second dark figure has also appeared in the room. It too starts life as an indistinct, only vaguely humanoid shadow, but quickly starts to gain form. This one is different from the first. It's a female body, but the figure's head has a blank face devoid of eyes, mouth, or nose.
Chat.
This second figure ignores the sleeping girl or her strange, stoic, horse-headed observer. Instead, it starts to move, ambling toward the western wall of the room, as if it knows that the comatose technician is directly on the other side. When it reaches the wall, it does not pause. It simply phases through the solid structure, disappearing through the brick and mortar and reappearing in the hallway beyond. The faceless woman approaches the prone body of the technician. It squats down next to him and puts its hand under his chin, turning his head so that it can stare into his eyes, or stare as effectively as possible when it doesn't have any eyes of its own. After a few moments of silent contemplation, the faceless creature places its hand against the technician's forehead. Slowly, its hand starts to move through his head, reaching deep into his skull, as if its hand was as insubstantial as a ghost. Just as this mysterious nightmare creature was able to phase through the wall, it appears to be able to phase through flesh as well. After several moments, the faceless woman withdraws its hand and drops the technician's head. He slumps to the ground in response. The faceless woman stands up, and then it vanishes instantly. At the exact same time, the girl in the other room snorts and stirs. She blinks her eyes open. For a moment, she doesn't remember where she is. Her eyes scan the unfamiliar room for several seconds before she recalls that she was participating in a sleep study. That's right, she was trying to find out if she could find any help for her sleep apnea. Ironically, she actually slept better than normal. As she removes the CPAP mask, she wonders if maybe she ought to see about buying one of these for herself.
Aww.
This particular model seems to work better than the one she's tried in the past. She stretches and sits up. Just then, the technician bursts into
back.
the room. He's panicked and out of breath, and he whips his head back
Everything
and
worked
forth in
out.
search of the mysterious horse-headed stranger. But there's no sign of the creature now. Just like the faceless woman, it seems to have vanished without a trace. The girl stares at him in confusion. Why is he so upset? She has no
Happy
clue
ending.
about what happened while she was asleep. "Did you see it?" says the technician breathlessly. "The creature. The shadow creature." The girl raises a skeptical eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" she says. "I just woke up." The technician starts to sputter out an explanation, but the girl just rolls her eyes. She came here to get help with her sleep, but it sounds like the technician is the one who's got a real problem. His breathless descriptions of a horse-headed monster and a faceless woman clearly sound like bad dreams to her. You would think that a guy running a sleep study wouldn't be so easily confused like that. She's pretty sure that he probably just fell asleep at his station, and now he's embarrassed to admit that he just had a bad dream. Little do either of them know that although they won't see the strange entities again, those creatures are always going to be very, very close to them going forward. What a nightmare. But what seems like just a bad dream is, in fact, an anomaly well known to the SCP Foundation. It's formally been designated as SCP-3060.
It's the Pat
Agents
machine.
more often refer to it as the Dream Machine. Instances of SCP-3060 are small medical devices that superficially resemble continuous positive airway pressure, or CPAP machines.
CPAP.
The individual materials that compose SCP-3060 instances are non-anomalous and operate in the same way as a typical CPAP machine of its size and make. The Foundation currently has 5 instances of SCP-3060 in its custody. SCP-3060's anomalous effects become apparent when worn by a sleeping human. When an individual wearing an instance of SCP-3060 enters their second REM cycle, a humanoid incorporeal entity, hereafter referred to as SCP-3060-A, will appear within a 5-meter radius of the individual and stand over them until they wake up. At this point, SCP-3060-A will disappear, and the individual wearing SCP-3060 will become infected. From that point on, regardless as to whether the individual wears SCP-3060, the same SCP-3060-A entity will appear when they enter their second REM cycle each night and remain watching over them until awakening. While instances of SCP-3060-A appear as featureless silhouettes upon their first manifestation, they quickly take on a unique shape based on each infected individual. SCP-3060-A entities have no standard appearance, and it is not clear what factors determine the final form of any individual
everyone has their own personal sleep process
SCP-3060-A. Since the manifestations are connected with REM sleep, agency researchers speculate that an SCP-3060-A's appearance may be influenced by an infected sleeper's dreams. So far, Observed SCP-3060-A's have included a human infant composed entirely of fused teeth, an eyeless elderly woman dressed in dark clothes, a partially disintegrated humanoid composed of ash and dressed in red lingerie, a naked humanoid covered in tire tracks and showing signs of severe crush injuries, a humanoid whose torso consisted of a large mouth, and a clown.
Oh, okay.
Some researchers have noted that the initial shadowy appearances of SCP-3060-A recall descriptions of entities reported during bouts of sleep paralysis, but so far, no conclusive link has been found. While an SCP-3060-A instance is present, any person standing within a 50-meter radius of the infected sleeper will enter a catatonic state. At this point, an additional instance of SCP-3060-A will appear. The additional SCP-3060-A entity will then approach the catatonic subject, phasing through solid matter if the subject is in a separate room. Upon arriving at the subject, the new SCP-3060-A instance will phase its hand through the subject's skull, and then vanish, causing the subject to fall asleep immediately. All subjects touched by the SCP-3060-A entity in this manner will become new instances of SCP-3060 infected upon awakening.
Okay.
Awakening an infected sleeper will cause the attending SCP-3060-A to immediately vanish and catatonic subjects to regain movement. All attempts to communicate with SCP-3060-A instances have thus far been unsuccessful. People infected by SCP-3060 will inevitably suffer long-term health effects, most often associated with severe sleep deprivation. After 3 days, infected individuals begin to display fatigue, mood changes, impaired performance, and memory problems, all of which are so severe that even obtaining a full night's sleep does little to dent their impact.
That's bad.
Infected individuals often report frequent nightmares, though no central themes or correlations have been observed in the content of these dreams, nor do they seem to correspond with the appearance of the infected persons attending SCP-3060-A. Within a month, infected individuals will start having visual and auditory hallucinations, as well as delusions that their mind is being controlled by some outside force. Soon after, infected individuals descend into full psychosis as they become unable to distinguish the content of their dreams from reality. In extreme cases, after at least 2 months of infection, hair loss, conitis subita, partial or complete blindness, somatic complaints, cataplexy, and alien limb syndrome have been observed. Attempts by medical staff to alleviate these conditions in the long term have thus far been met with failure, although sleep deprivation has ironically proven effective in temporarily delaying the onset of more severe symptoms. If no human subjects enter the area of an SCP-3060 infected individual's effect during REM sleep for 7 consecutive days, or the infected individual dies, an instance of SCP-3060-A will appear. The SCP-3060-A entity will then proceed to search for the nearest sleeping human. Upon locating a sleeper, SCP-3060-A will stand over them until they enter their next REM sleep cycle, at which point the SCP-3060-A entity will reach into their skull and vanish. At this point, the sleeping individual will become infected. If the sleeping individual wakes up before the process is complete, or if SCP-3060-A cannot locate a suitable subject within 3 hours, it will vanish without spreading the SCP-3060 infection. In one experiment, an infected individual was placed in a standard humanoid containment cell. 4 D-Class personnel were placed in adjoining cells.
Oh no.
When the infected individual fell asleep and entered their second REM cycle, an SCP-3060-A entity appeared with predictable results. The first SCP-3060-A to appear resembled a headless humanoid with its arms and legs replaced by spinal columns. It stood above the infected sleeper, watching without movement, even as 4 additional instances of SCP-3060-A manifested inside the cell. All 5 SCP-3060-A instances stood in silent observation of the infected sleeper for approximately 5 minutes. By this point, all 4 D-Class personnel in adjoining cells had gone into catatonic states, seeing as they were within the 50 square meter blast zone established by the initial SCP-3060-A. Each D-Class personnel who was awake at the time of manifestation was observed to have frozen with expressions of extreme distress on their face. The 4 additional SCP-3060-A instances then began to disperse, each one moving toward a different D-Class personnel's cell, phasing through solid matter as necessary to reach the intended target. Each additional SCP-3060-A instance completed its manifestation by reaching into the skull of its target and then subsequently assuming a definite, final form before vanishing. The 4 additional SCP-3060-As, respectively, took on the appearance of a male human with mathematical symbols in place of facial features, a humanoid composed of tightly wound thread, a featureless white humanoid dressed in a Foundation lab coat, and a featureless black humanoid dressed in a hodgepodge of regalia from different authoritarian regimes.
Jesus.
The initial SCP-3060-A continued to stand in silent observation of the original infected sleeper after the other instances vanished, remaining so for the rest of the night until she woke up. Since SCP-3060 has not been found to differ in any way from a normal CPAP machine, SCP agents currently know very little about how SCP-3060 can cause these manifestations, who is manufacturing SCP-3060, or for what purpose. At this time, the only advice that SCP researchers can offer is this. If you're having trouble sleeping and want to make use of a CPAP machine, make sure you're buying a name brand. Otherwise, you might just be opening yourself up to a world of nightmares, insomnia, and silent but all too present.
This seems
nocturnal
like an
visitors.
unduly targeted SCP.
If you want to support this important
Like anyone that suffers from fucking like sleep apnea and has to use a CPAP machine, this was like made to fuck with you specifically. Paid for by Big CPAP. Yeah, yeah, exactly. The old Big CPAP. So here's what we do, see? All the kids are listening to this thing called SCP. We're gonna make one where they gotta buy our brand of CPAP, otherwise they get night terrors for life and infect all the loved ones around them. Fucking bites down on a cigar. Old man CPAP at it again. Wow, there's a lot of quests here. Dormingars. Sweet. It works. I just bought one on Amazon. Wait, why are you? I don't even need it, man. I just I needed to get a not-infected one, so I went to Amazon. Let's see what's over here. Okay, fight these first. Just bought one just in case, man. Yeah, just in case. Alright, what do you think? I want you guys to rate them. I want to know what your favorite one is by the end of the night. So, that's the first one, okay? CPAP machine. Let's see what the next one is. Dr. Bob's channel. This one I don't want to do because it seems like a fly is being birthed out of a skin, and that seems like no good. The aging staircase. That sounds fun.
kids get bored.
True.
It's just part of growing up. Or at least, that's what their parents would always say. Living in a small town in England, you run out of things to do by your 5th birthday. By your 10th, you want nothing more than to move out. By your 15th, half the kids end up in hospital doing something stupid. The kid entering the churchyard tonight is no exception. As he ducks under the gap in the chain-link fence, he catches the corner of his cast on the metal.
Let's go,
The cast is
England.
already so covered in nicks and scratches that the new tear barely makes a difference. He has been trying to cut the cast off with kitchen scissors for the last 3 weeks. He'd broken his wrist riding his bike off the roof of his house. It would have worked if it wasn't for the post box being a little too close
His
to the
face
building.
looks like that guy from
His
the
brother
fucking
calls out to him from
Megamind
up ahead.
movie.
He's already at the door to the church. The kid hears his best friend shuffling around nervously behind him. He waits for her turn to duck under the fence and follow him into the churchyard, away from the road. Even in the middle of nowhere, in total darkness, the kid can tell she's scared to break the rules. The pair of them rush over to meet the kid's brother at the entrance to the church. The older brother grins at both of them. At 21 years old, he may as well be 41.
Yo, he's cool.
Towering over the two of them, with a few scraggly chin hairs and a tattoo on his neck.
Hell yeah.
They can't imagine what his life must be like. Going to university in London, driving a car, getting tattoos,
Got a
drinking
car?
alcohol that costs more
Alcohol?
than 10 quid and doesn't come from the corner store. What a life. There isn't a door to kick open. The church building is in total disrepair. Only the limestone structure is left standing. The windows have all been smashed in long ago, and the pews rotted away, leaving only some moss creeping its tendrils into every nook and cranny. As the three of them make their way inside, they look up to see the starry night sky above their heads, no roof left intact. In fact, The only part of the building that seems to still be half standing is the tower at the far end. Even in the dark, they can still make out a tight spiral staircase hewn into the stone, disappearing up into the collapsing tower. The kid grins. What to explore first? They all split up, wandering around different parts of the church hall. The kid makes a beeline for a toppled-in patch of wall. He clambers up onto a window ledge and hoists himself up onto the wall, looking down at the other two. A stone gives way under his foot and almost sends him tumbling, but he throws out his broken wrist just in time to balance himself.
With his broken wrist.
Across the hall, his best friend is checking her flip phone anxiously. She'd said earlier in the evening that she needed to be back before 1 a.m. or her parents would be worried. It's already 12:45. The kid's older brother calls out across the church. I need the toilet. I'm gonna climb straight to the top of the tower and do it off the edge. Watch out for rain.
Wow, what
With
a
that, he
badass.
disappears
Love that
through the
accent.
little doorway and up the spiral staircases.
Chills.
Very quickly, the sound of his footsteps disappears, leaving the kid and his friend alone together. The kid looks over his shoulder out of the church building. From up on this patch of wall, he is almost at the perfect height to pick an apple from the tree next to them. If he can just stretch out far enough. There, he plucks 2 apples, one for him and one for his friend. He tosses it to her,
That's
but
nice.
she misses the catch.
Oh.
Looking up at him, he can tell she already wants to go home. He grumbles and jumps down from the wall. The landing jars his leg pretty badly, but he clenches his teeth hard enough that no noise escapes his mouth.
What a badass.
He grins at his best friend. She doesn't return it. It's
Aw.
late. She needs to get home soon. And the only way they can get home is in his big brother's car. Fine, I guess it's probably home time. She gives him her best
Probably
attempt at a
home time,
smile.
pip, pip.
The kid walks over to the stairs, sticks his head through the doorway, and calls out. No response. Great. How high do these stairs go? They can't be more than a couple of stories, surely. He calls again. Still nothing. His best friend appears at his shoulder. They both peer up the staircase. It's such a tight spiral that they can't really see anything beyond the first 10 steps. It's dark in there, almost too dark to see where they're going. He gets out his flashlight and flicks it on. That should be enough light for the both of them. The kid plants his foot on the first step and starts climbing. The steps feel well worn. They're smooth in the middle and dip down slightly from years of use. 1 step, 2 steps, 3, 4, 5. His flashlight dies. He shakes it, knocking the back of it a couple of times like they do in the movies. Nothing, not even a flicker. He asks his friend if she has a flashlight. She doesn't. So the two of them climb in the dark. Very quickly, the stairs change shape. Or maybe that's the wrong word. They aren't changing shape, they're just shrinking. It's subtle, but definitely happening. The gaps between them are getting smaller, and the undersides of the stairs above are bearing down on the kid's head slightly. The kid stops and turns to his best friend. He can hardly see her at all in the dark. She's just a slightly darker shadow standing a couple of steps down from him. He asks if the steps are getting smaller. She tells him not that she can tell. He insists they must be. The stairs above their heads are getting lower and lower. The space is closing in on them slightly. She says she has no idea what he's talking about.
Ooh.
Tutting at her, he takes a couple more steps up the
think I know what's
staircase.
going on.
The cast on his arm tightens.
Whoa.
That's strange. He keeps going, and all of a sudden, it feels like a vice. The blood flow is cut off almost instantaneously. His fingers feel cold and start to tingle, his forearms swelling and bulging around the edge of the cast. The pressure building up inside
Curious,
is
innit?
ridiculous. Feels almost as if the cast splits apart and falls off.
Yeah.
Blood rushes back to his fingertips. He flexes them gratefully, turning to his best friend. Even in the darkness, he can tell she's peering at him intently. He runs a hand over his arm, massaging it gently. That's strange. His arm feels different from how it did before it went into the cast. There's more hair on it now, and the muscle running along his forearm feels more pronounced. He flexes his wrist. No pain, no stiffness, nothing. He isn't due to get his cast off for another month at least. Those doctors clearly don't know what they're talking about. Are you standing on your tiptoes? His friend asks from behind him. He looks down at her shadow, confused, and tells her no, he isn't. The kid apparently looks taller.
This is Giga
Must
Chad.
just be uneven stairs or a trick of the
Oh,
light.
my bigger, my
Come to
bad.
think of it, though, his best friend does look a little different
Oh, no.
standing there below him, even just from her silhouette. She isn't any taller, but her figure looks different. Her voice sounds a
God.
little lower. His brother, that's who they're after. They'd get to the top of the stairs, find him, and see what was going on. Must just be some strange optical illusions happening here in the dark. The two of them press on, continuing up the stairs. Step after step, they go. They must be up on the second floor by now, surely. But there's no light ahead of them indicating any kind of exit, just more stairs. The kid asks his friend what time it is. He hears her flipping open her phone and pressing a couple of buttons, but no light fills the space. She presses them again and again. Nothing. Her battery must have died. That's the only explanation. She tries to tell him that it was almost on full a minute ago, but he doesn't really listen, because at that moment, he sticks a hand in his pocket to take out the apple he'd plucked. Warm goop sticks to his fingers. His back pocket is full of sticky mush. Little creatures wriggle around inside it. Maggots. How had he plucked a rotten apple? It felt fine on the branch. He takes another step, hands still absently hovering over his pocket. A buzzing sound. A couple of flies brush past his fingers.
Oh, the maggots got
What
born.
had they been doing in his pocket? He hears them drift around him and up the staircase until suddenly, their buzzing stops. He crouches down and squints hard in the dark. He can just about make out two little flies lying on the stair just 2 steps away from him, both on their backs, legs curled. The kid reaches back into his pocket and feels around. The sticky mush is gone. Just some kind of dry, dusty substance is left. Strangely, the kid doesn't panic. He knows somewhere in his head that everything happening to him is very peculiar, yet he doesn't feel worried about it at all. To be honest, all he really cares about right now is making it to the top of this staircase. He takes off, running 2 steps at a time up towards where his brother must be waiting.
Oh, brother.
Part of his mind notices that the jarring feeling in his leg from jumping off the wall is gone. No time to think about that now. Up he runs, each stride throwing him further and further. Somewhere behind him, he can hear his best friend muttering something to herself, something incoherent and garbled. Her voice definitely sounds different now. It barely sounds like her anymore. She sounds more like her mother.
Bum, bum,
The kid
bum.
catches his foot on a step and falls. His best friend clatters into the back of him before she has a chance to stop. The two of them topple over, landing awkwardly on a step, enough to knock the wind out of him. She lies on top of him. Only, it can't be her. It feels like a fully grown woman, not his 15-year-old friend. She whispers to him. Her voice doesn't sound scared at all, though. If anything, she seems a little disinterested. What's happening to us?
Disinterested.
The kid breathes heavily, struggling to get the air back into his lungs. That's when he notices the smell. Something deathly rotten is filling the staircase. Something moldy and decaying. She seems to notice it too. The pair of them stand up straight and peer up the stairs. In the gloom, they can see it clearly enough. A person slumped on the ground. The smell tells them all they need to know about this person. They should run, right now. They should run back down the staircase and out of there. Yet both of them inexplicably and in unison continue walking up the stairs, closing the gap on the corpse. It blocks off 2 whole steps, lying awkwardly on its side, slightly hunched over as if the person had collapsed in a coughing fit. The kid almost slips over. Something small is under his foot, something metallic. He reaches down and picks it up, feeling its shape and knowing almost immediately what it is. He lifts the lid and flicks the red and gold lighter on. A little flame fills the staircase with light, orange and weak, dancing around the stone. It is just enough to make out the flecks of blood coughed out of the corpse's mouth and onto the stone steps. It is just enough to see the scruffy little beard sprouting out of the corpse's face. It's just enough to make out the tattoo on the corpse's neck. The kid looks down at his older brother. Not just his older brother, but his older brother. Whereas before he had seemed like he was 41.
Nice one, dude.
Now looks like it. 41 and dead from something in his lungs. The kid turns to see his best friend. A woman in her mid-30s looks back at him. Her hair even has a couple of telltale grays. She should look afraid, but her expression is almost blank. But there's a little something there, just enough of an expression to tell him that she's seeing the same transformation on his face looking back at her. The kid reaches up to touch his cheek. A wiry beard meets his fingertips.
Oh, grats,
They
dude.
should run. They should run back down these stairs and get out of here. Call an ambulance and go home. And yet, the kid flicks the lighter closed, turns around, and steps over his older brother's body. As he walks up the stairs in silence, he hears his best friend doing the same. After 5 more stairs, his knee starts to give out. Then his hip soon after that. It gets harder and harder to stand up straight, so he lets himself stoop slightly. His best friend's breathing grows softer and wispier behind him. Their pace slows down. Each step seems to take more out of him, feeling harder than the last. He needs a rest. That's all he needs. If he can just sit down for a second. His chest clamps in on itself like a vice. Blood hammers in his ears. Sweat floods across his brow in an instant, and the whole world seems to tilt around him. The kid collapses on the ground, feeling his brittle wrist snapping under him. Pain shoots through his body as his chest squeezes tighter and tighter. He rolls onto his back, gasping for air with frail lungs. The kid claws at his sunken ribcage, feeling loose, wrinkled skin under his fingertips. With a monumental effort, he flicks the lighter on to see an old woman peering at him through the dark. He can hardly recognize his best friend anymore, as she gently takes the lighter from his hand and steps over his convulsing body. He watches helplessly as she continues gingerly up the stairs in silence. She doesn't look back over her shoulder, disappearing around the corner, taking the light with her, leaving the kid to die an old man in total darkness. With one final gasp of air before his heart gives out on him, he clings desperately to one hope. She's going to make it to the top of the stairs. She has to. It is fortunate in many ways that SCP-723 is in such a remote area. While the church has stood on that site for hundreds of years, for much of that time, it has been abandoned. Little is known about the history of the church, as many of the events around it have descended into local folklore. What is known about SCP-723 is that it is a spiral staircase housed within an abandoned church building in an undisclosed location in rural England. For all intents and purposes, it is an unremarkable set of stairs. Made from ordinary limestone from the local quarry, the steps are approximately 0.75 meters wide and worn away in the middle, apparently from frequent use. If you were to look at the outside of the church, you would see that the tower containing the staircase is not particularly tall and is in a state of disrepair. Taking a look inside that tower, however, seems to show the staircase extending up beyond the height of the tower, something that seems on the surface to be physically impossible. In fact, how high the staircase itself goes is a mystery to this day, as those studying SCP-723 are yet to find a way to see inside it beyond the first 2 floors. This is because every object, living or otherwise, that ascends up SCP-723 undergoes a rapid aging process. Organic creatures quickly grow older, die, and decompose on their way up the steps. Other objects behave as if a great deal of time has passed. Batteries and electronic devices go flat almost immediately. Decay is accelerated too, meaning wear and tear take place at an alarmingly fast rate. This renders any conventional methods of exploring SCP-723 obsolete. Sound and video recording equipment running on battery power quickly fail. After many attempts with different technologies, recording devices linked to a robust cable were created specifically for trying to record footage beyond the first story of SCP-723. However, the video recordings failed around the 2nd story, and sound recordings failed around the 4th. Living subjects were required to transport these devices up the staircase, and so D-Class personnel were tasked with the job. Across all documented experiments, none of the subjects returned. In each case, a subtle change was noticed in the subjects upon crossing the 5th step. One subject paused, another gasped slightly, but beyond that, there was no physical or emotional discomfort for much of their ascent. Most were perfectly content to climb the stairs once they'd passed that 5th step. In fact, as the D-Class personnel climbed up the stairs and underwent the accelerated aging process, none of them appeared to be outwardly distressed for the most part. They all remained remarkably calm and almost disinterested in the way their bodies transformed before their very eyes. Video footage showed the subject's skin rapidly aging, undergoing conventional wrinkling and deterioration. Diseases appeared to develop at an advanced rate too, as one subject's body, recovered by pulling them back down with the rope they were attached to, contained tumors around the prostate and above the eye that were not present prior to the experiment. This subject was later discovered to have a family history of cancer. For all intents and purposes, it appears as if SCP-723 simply accelerates the natural aging process of the subject's body, following the same DNA instructions and deterioration that you would otherwise observe over the course of decades. D-723-7 was the subject to make it furthest up the staircase before the connection was lost. Approaching the 4th floor, the signal grew very weak, but in the noise could be heard a handful of distressed murmurings, including possible references to a door or the door, and to dark and mark. Beyond this point, there is no usable evidence. Local folklore in the area indicates that SCP-723 has been producing the same effect for generations. Stories can be heard from local residents about old church congregations who used to meet in the building and would mysteriously lose grandparents, children, priests, and strays who would disappear up the staircase. It is theorized that this is why the church building was left abandoned for so long. SCP-723 was only identified relatively recently, in the early 2000s, after reports surfaced of local children going missing in its vicinity. In response, the area has been cordoned off and designated as Site 288. A 3-mile chain-link fence was erected around the churchyard with signage warning any visitors to steer well clear. A further 2-mile restriction zone with magnetic locks is scheduled to be constructed in the near future. 3 guards are stationed around SCP-723 at all times of the day. None of them openly carry any weapons, so as not to arouse much attention from any passersby, presenting the site as a mostly uninteresting, unsafe, derelict building. The guards are not permitted to approach or ascend the staircase, and the same goes for any SCP personnel. The only people permitted to enter SCP-723 are D-Class personnel, specifically approved by Foundation personnel with Level 4 clearance or higher. While little is known about the cause of the effect, or how SCP-723 physically works, one thing is certain. No person who has started to walk up those stairs has ever come back down again. Now go and watch another entry from the classified files of Dr.
What do you guys think? How'd that one rank compared to the last one? Meh. I bet I could walk down the stairs. I think if you walk down the stairs, you get younger and more attractive. You just fucking, like, muscles grow and all, like, cancer leaves your body. Return to Babey. Okay, maybe not that far down the stairs. Just get Benjamin buttoned.
It's too far away.
Yeah, I think they could have done something else to develop it than just, like, people do it because they got nothing better to do. If you climb in from outside? These are all great questions that I'm sure the Foundation would love to answer. Where do all the bones go? I mean, I guess they just turn to dust eventually. It's very dusty stairs. Send a tortoise up the stairs. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but then all their camera equipment breaks before the tortoise gets anywhere. Also, how the hell is the tortoise going to climb stairs? Think about it, guys. Come on. They're smart. Big tortoise. Put lettuce in front. All right, let's see what else we got. Is nature now getting its revenge? Oh boy, global warming SCP.
Quiet. Duck down, out of sight over there. Are you recording? Why aren't you recording? The camera woman has no desire to shoulder her camera yet again. It has been like this all day. The 3 of them will walk 10 feet, then all of a sudden, the presenter will dive behind a bush and beckon for herself and their guard to do the same. Her patience for it is certainly starting to wear thin. Clearly nowhere near as thin as their security guards, however, as the man flexes his trigger finger against the side of the rifle, grumbling to himself in Swahili. The camera woman should never have taken this job. She knows that now, but they are far too deep in the Tanzanian wilderness to turn back now. They parked their Jeep up in the early hours of the morning and started walking at sunrise. The faint blue tinge to the dark forest around them tells her it must be almost sunrise again. The presenter turns to her and runs a hand through his carefully sculpted hair. His pink skin has been burning and peeling in the sun all day long. He looks like he'd give the flamingos from earlier a run for their money as she switches the LED ring light on. The presenter clears his throat and wipes the sweat from his brow. Rumor has it that the area we're entering into now is patrolled by highly sophisticated militarized drones. Myself and my crew are risking our lives.
This is 100% one of our RP bits, dude. Is this like a Zach Bagans like inspired character? Number 15. Yeah, it's somewhere between Chills and Zach Bagans.
Lives here, but that's just what it takes when you decide to live as an extreme vegan.
Oh no.
He insists on recording several more takes. By the 5th attempt, the camera woman stops hitting record. Not worth filling up the memory with this waste of a shot. Extreme vegan. What will they come up with next? She had moved to Tanzania with dreams of working on documentaries with a capital D. Rich, beautiful shots of the world's most endangered animals basking by a watering hole or hunting to feed their starving cubs. Real footage, not this reality show nonsense. The presenter had touched down the previous day, immediately started asking about where the nearest fast food chain was, then threw a tantrum because the Wi-Fi in the hotel lobby was too slow. Bad as he was, he at least seemed mostly harmless. But their security guard... The camera woman glances over to him. The man seems more like a local thug with a gun than a trained professional. The studio must have been trying to save money hiring him. Goodness knows they were cutting costs hiring her to do video and audio. She should have smelled a rat and just said no. A light. It sweeps through the trees so quickly it almost catches the three of them. The camera woman hits the dirt just in time. The camera bumps awkwardly into her shoulder so hard she almost cries out. A mechanical whirring fills the night. The light sweeps this way and that as they all lie motionless on the ground. Then, just as abruptly as it appeared, the light swings away and the sound fades. Maybe those drones aren't as made up as they sounded. The presenter is clearly very shaken. His wide eyes dart around between the trees as they all get back to their feet. So much for being an extreme vegan. The camera woman glances over at their security guard. A twisted grin lights up his face. She notices a little pendant has slipped out of his shirt.
Oh.
A small white shard hanging from a handmade chain. Even in the dead of night, the camera woman has filmed enough elephants to recognize ivory when she sees it. The security guard, no, poacher, meets her gaze. His smile widens. He speaks Swahili in a low voice. We keep moving. Shouldering the rifle, the poacher marches onwards in the direction the drone had just been a few moments ago. The camera woman and presenter have no option but to follow. For a long time, the group walks in silence. It is the longest the
Has he
presenter
killed a
has gone
rhino?
without
I
opening
need
his
their
mouth
meat
since
for
his
a
plane
quest.
touched down. The camera woman
To
would
stop
be
the Lich
enjoying
King,
the
I think,
peace and quiet
eventually.
if it hadn't been for the sickening unease that had settled over them. Had that drone been real? If it had, then what exactly were they walking into right now? Some kind of secret facility, GMO research, labor camps? But it just looks like any other patch of forest in Tanzania, only it doesn't. Come to think of it, as they walk, the camera woman starts to notice little differences. At first, they're too subtle to put a finger on, just a different feel to the air or a strange sound. Is it the plants, perhaps? She's no botanist, so doesn't really know what she's looking at, but she's spent enough time out in the wild here to know a few plants. But now, she's spotting all kinds of strange new ones. A bush with huge red leaves here, a tree with long purple fruit there. She asks the presenter what they are. He looks up at the purple fruit tree, perplexed. Wasn't this supposed to be the whole point of this documentary? Exploring the furthest reaches of the world, looking for vegan alternatives? No idea, but let's roll the camera anyway. Ready? The presenter plucks a fruit and presents it to the lens, immediately spouting off about the fruit's medicinal qualities, levels of fiber, natural sugars, and low water consumption. All lies. The camera woman scowls at him. The presenter turns the fruit over and screams, throwing it as far as his skinny arms will allow. Never one to waste a shot, the camera woman follows the fruit on instinct, zooming in on it as it lands at the foot of a tree. Out from under the purple skin crawls an earwig. It's huge, just over 3 inches long at a guess. That's strange. If she didn't know any better, she'd think that was... A voice startles the three of them. It booms out from behind them, just up the slope. The presenter swivels so fast he falls over. The camera woman points the camera up the hill and snaps the figure into focus. The poacher pulls back the bolt on his rifle, finger already on the trigger. In the dark, they can hardly make out what they are looking at. It must be a man. It spoke in a man's voice, but it towers over all of them. It must be nearly 7 feet tall. They can't discern any kind of human silhouette. Odd shapes jut out this way and that. What is it made from? The voice calls out again, a deep, rumbling voice, like an earthquake heard from the ocean floor or echoing through a forest. There were other sounds layered into its voice, high twittering sounds and guttural growls. The camera woman looks to her companions. Clearly neither of them understand what it's saying either. Not Swahili, not English, not French or Arabic. The intent of the voice is very clear, however. They are not welcome. For the first time ever, the presenter is lost for words. The poacher shifts the butt of the rifle against his shoulder. Great. Now this is her job. The camera woman lowers her camera rig to the ground and raises both hands, approaching the figure carefully. The sun breaks over the horizon further up the slope. In just a few moments, she'll be able to see the stranger, whatever it is. Speaking Swahili, she explains that they are a film crew, here to shoot a documentary. They do not intend any harm and will make as little disturbance to the environment as possible. The creature does not seem to understand and repeats its previous command. It definitely sounded like a command, at least. The camera woman turns helplessly to her companions, just in time to see a small shadow rushing them. It runs on all fours, covering the ground impossibly fast. Ignoring the poacher and presenter, it snatches up her camera from the ground and hurls it at a tree, crunches into the wood, and falls to the ground in pieces. Sunlight breaks over the horizon, flooding the valley with light. The camera woman whirls around and glimpses the figure up the hill. It is a man, isn't it? Towering at nearly 7 feet, the man is adorned with flowers, blossoms, and fungi.
He's sick.
Animal skulls and pelts hang from his shoulders. Colorful face paint etches patterns, ancient and proud, deep into his features. African buffalo horns grow proudly from his head, accentuating a triumphant floral headpiece. But a glimpse is all she gets. The figure vanishes. A sweet scented breeze rushes down to meet her from where he was standing just a moment ago.
Flowers.
Where'd he go? The presenter cries. The camera woman can see something dangerous has lit up the man's face. He's found his story. She just doesn't know quite what it is yet. The poacher also has a wry smile on his face. He's looking at the discarded purple fruit from before. No, wait. He's looking at the earwig still crawling around it.
Hi.
She follows his gaze, and it confirms her suspicions from before. That's a St. Helena earwig, sure as the daylight streaming onto its scuttling legs. Declared extinct in 1967.
Ooh.
The presenter is already
The
marching
poacher
off
knows that?
further down the valley.
How does
The
she
poacher
know
shoulders
that?
his rifle and follows, not even glancing at the camera woman. She goes over to her broken camera and kneels down. No hope. She takes out the SD card from it and pockets it. What had that creature been that had thrown it at the tree?
Podcasts.
A monkey of some kind? The presenter calls out to her. Forget the camera, I've got a hidden one in my pocket. It'll look more authentic anyway. As they walk, they see more and more wildlife. In the early dawn, various animals are rising to their feet, stretching and wandering through the trees. At first, just small creatures, geckos, tortoises, insects. But soon they see gazelle, a family of oryx, even a hippo from a distance. But there is one thing each animal has in common. They were all declared extinct years ago, sometimes centuries ago. The camera woman keeps her mouth shut. The last thing she wants is for the poacher to know that. Although judging from the spring in his step, he's already well on his way
Why
to
is he
figuring it
walking like
out.
that? Like fucking
All of a
Frankenstein's
sudden,
monster.
the forest opens out. A watering hole the size of a lake fills their
Like,
view.
oh, I'm gonna do so much
Animals
poaching.
of all sorts fly, swim, bathe, drink, and play in the morning air. Parakeets dance overhead. Rhinos lounge in the shallows. A dodo marches squarely past them on its way to join its friends.
dodo.
This has to be some kind of dream, surely. The penny finally drops for the presenter. He turns to his companions, wide-eyed, ready to say something, when he freezes, staring at something behind them. A shadow falls over them all. The camera woman turns to see an elephant, white as the morning snow,
Cool.
with round pink eyes, old and wrinkled as time itself. It is hulkingly big, impossibly big. It dwarfs any bull elephant she's ever shot by several tons. The giant walks slowly, one plodding step at a time, right past them. So close she can almost reach out and touch it.
Sorry guys, Joe's telling me to look at his DM on Discord. He said, look what I just got. This just dropped for me. It's a trinket that's incredibly valuable that he just got from the cave that I'm in right now. Of course he did. Well, thank you, Joe, for coming in and letting us know. Go on and sell that for $1 million. It sells for 4K, but there's 7 on the auction house and nobody's buying. Okay, Joe, what you gotta do is you gotta buy out the other 4 and then put yours up for double the price. Easy money. All right, back to the. It doesn't sell for 4K, does it? Yeah, I guess not. All right, let's see what happens at the end of this SCP.
Every part of her wants to, only she knows better. You don't interfere with nature. The elephant passes them and disappears into the woods. She looks excitedly at her companions. The poacher has a glint in his eye. The presenter is hurrying off along the water's edge. Her eyes follow his movement. There, on the shore, kneels the towering man from before.
Aw.
He's beside a panting and straining ibex. She's on her side, belly swollen, blood mixing with the lake's water. The camera woman draws closer, watching the man stroke the animal's side gently. He cups a painted hand behind the animal's rump and delivers a baby effortlessly. Another slides out a moment later. He takes the tiny ibexes under each arm and walks them into the water, delicately washing them clean before returning them to their mother by the shore. The presenter calls out to him, raising a hand in greeting. Sir, would you be interested in conducting a brief interview with me? It's for a network television documentary called Extreme Vegan. The figure stands and turns to them, wary. The two of them stand before him, separated by just a few feet, extinct animals chattering and cheeping all around them. In order to maintain such an eco-friendly lifestyle, you must be having a lot of plant-based alternatives in your diet. Oat milk, corn, avocado, what's your secret? As if on cue, a buffalo emerges from the water and approaches them. The man stoops, not taking an eye off the presenter, and reaches under the buffalo's body. Finding the teat, he squeezes milk into his cupped hand. He raises his hand to his mouth and drinks slowly, staring the presenter down. After a moment, he squeezes more milk into his hand and stretches it out towards them.
Aww.
He says a word in that same ancient voice, only this time, it is softer, welcoming. No way. Do you know how unethical it is to deprive that poor child of its natural milk? The presenter goes off on a rant. The man ignores him and offers the hand to the camerawoman instead. Without thinking, she steps forward and stoops to his hand. She drinks the milk straight from his palm. It's warm and
weird
fatty,
POV. I
thick
don't like this.
cream, but totally delicious. She
Weird
looks
animation.
into the man's eyes. They are a dark brown, but in the morning light, she catches flecks of gold, green, purple, and blue. The man's voice is even softer as he speaks again. Olaniwe. His name. That must be the man's name. She raises a hand to her chest, opening her mouth to introduce herself. Bang! The shot rips through the clearing. Animals screech and scatter, stampeding into the trees. Birds fill the sky, alighting from every tree, so much so that they tangle with one another. Camerawoman's head whips around. The shot had come from the trees behind them. A roar, louder and more chilling than any animal could produce, swells from Olaniwe. This time, he doesn't just vanish. It's like he's raptured. Vines and roots shoot up out of the dirt, wrapping around him, creeping into his mouth and eye sockets. They wrench him into the ground with such force, it sends ripples across the lake. A rumbling fills the earth.
Use the tree trap.
The presenter cowers by the water's edge. He's useless. The camerawoman takes off into the trees, following the sound of the shot. It doesn't take her long to find it. The white elephant lies on its side, rivers of red cascading across its chest, following the ancient furrows of its wrinkled skin. Its breathing stutters and rattles. The poacher stands before the dying animal. He turns to the camerawoman, an unhinged grin lighting up his face. He opens his mouth to speak, but from out of his throat bursts a stem, blood spraying high into the air. The camerawoman watches in abject horror as the plant grows up through the poacher. Roots ensnare his feet and ankles. The stem pierces his lower back and emerges from his throat. Offshoots stab their way out of his ribcage and temples. In a matter of seconds, it is finished. Pink flowers bloom at the tips, the poacher's corpse suspended like some kind of grotesque puppet. Without a sound, Olaniwe emerges from the trees and walks past the camerawoman, past the poacher's body, and kneels by the elephant. He raises a hand to the creature's wound. The camerawoman waits with bated breath. He's going to heal it. She can feel it. That's Olaniwe's final power. He can save the elephant, surely. But the blood keeps flowing. The elephant's breathing grows fainter until silence fills the clearing. No birds chattering, no breeze to rustle the trees, no more death rattles. Silence. Then, the most heartbreaking sound the camerawoman has ever heard. Olaniwe starts to sob. She's no longer welcome here. This is not her place. Without a word, the camerawoman gets to her feet and walks back up the hill and out of the valley. As she walks, she hears footsteps approaching her. The presenter is there, arms laden with fruit and berries. He grins at her, explaining how he's going to take these home and plant them up. Start a smoothie chain called Olaniwe's. If the first store goes well, they can franchise it, keeping the local feel but expanding to... A root stabs through his throat, interrupting him. A second stabs through his chest, shattering the hidden camera. So much for that smoothie chain. The camerawoman doesn't look back. She walks through the day and the following night. She finds a road and stops. There's something in her pocket still. She takes out the SD card and looks at it. With a sad little smile, she takes the card between her fingers and snaps it clean in two. The man that you have just encountered deep in the Tanzanian wilderness may not be a man at all. Little is known about the genetic makeup of SCP-5411, otherwise known as Olaniwe. He appears to be a male, comprised of a combination of human, animal, and botanical components. The plants and pelts that the camerawoman observed him wearing are likely not items of clothing at all, but rather are naturally growing parts of Olaniwe's anatomy, giving him the appearance of a witch doctor. None of the documented attempts to communicate with Olaniwe have proved fruitful. While he does speak, his language is currently unidentified. He seems to have no understanding of English, Swahili, or Arabic, and is uninterested in learning them. Olaniwe roams freely within a 35 square kilometer area of the southern Tanzanian
Level 80
savanna.
druid.
This site has been designated SCP-5411-0, and an exclusion zone has been set up around it. Barbed wire fences and automated drones patrol the perimeter. A sacrificial goat is kept on site at all times, ready to be sacrificed as part of a binding ritual to keep SCP-5411 contained. Thus far, however, Olaniwe has not proved to be a threat to anyone other than those who disturb the delicate ecosystem which he inhabits. His land, SCP-5411-0, is home to a number of critically endangered or near-extinct species of African animals, many of whom are from different countries in the continent. Black rhinoceros, western gorilla, African penguins, and a so-called albino ghost elephant that is central to local folklore. It is unclear how these animals came to live in this area, but there is an evident connection between Olaniwe's care of nature and their continued survival. Olaniwe has been witnessed delivering newborn animals of a number of species, tending to injured animals, and even regrowing grasslands to feed and house various creatures. Olaniwe is known to possess the powers of teleportation, intangibility, zoolingualism, florokinesis, and psychokinesis. When left alone, Olaniwe uses these abilities to tend to his local ecosystem. However, he is aggressive and decisive in disposing of anything he perceives to be a threat to the natural order. He is known to manifest and control small humanoid creatures roughly 1 meter tall that are made up of foliage, wood, mud, and rocks. These creatures, designated SCP-5411-1, exhibit basic predatory behavior, carrying out the bidding of SCP-5411, such as destroying our camerawoman's equipment. Capable of running at speeds of up to 75 kilometers an hour, 58 known instances of SCP-5411-1 are to be treated as hostile as soon as they leave the SCP-5411-0 exclusion zone. However, a status quo seems to have settled between SCP researchers and SCP-5411. Olaniwe seems content within his ecosystem, and the conservation work he carries out within this area is proving invaluable to those researching climate change and habitat welfare. Much like the animals in nature documentaries, it is best that we choose not to interfere and let nature run its course. Now go and watch another entry from the files of Dr.
SCP.
Bob, like SCP-867, Blood Spruce, for another.
Oh. Blood Spruce. Okay, well, let's stay on the nature thing.
What was that? The
Maybe it'll
man
be
and woman's
fine.
hike through a gently rolling portion of the Rocky Mountains has just taken a turn for the dangerous. There's something there in the bush, the man tells her before stepping in front of her in a defensive pose. They watch the bush intently. There's a slight rustling of the leaves as if something is inside. The man picks up a stick from the ground and holds it in front of him, ready to strike whatever fearsome beast is lurking in the underbrush. The rustling stops, but the man doesn't move from his protective stance. "Do you think it's gone?" the woman asks. The man isn't sure. He leans in towards the bush, searching for signs of what might be hiding inside when... Ah! The man screams and falls backwards as the creature emerges from the bush. "Aw!" the woman cries.
Aw.
"It's a pika!" She kneels
Pika,
down to
pika,
get a closer
pika.
look at the adorable little creature. Pikas are native to this part of Colorado,
Pika.
and they resemble rabbits, but with small, rounded ears. She
this
watches
music?
it hop back off the trail before turning around to see her friend lying tangled in the branches of a tree. She can't help but laugh as she offers a hand to help pull him out of his predicament. "Are you all right?" she asks between fits of laughter. Yes, he's fine. The only thing hurt was his pride. He notices a small red spot on his arm and rubs it, but it doesn't seem to hurt at all. His attention is diverted by the woman, though, who is marveling at the tree he was just stuck in. Free of the branches, he can appreciate now that the tree really is incredible. It looked like a huge blue spruce, but the name is a complete misnomer, because this tree is a vibrant red color. "I've never seen anything like it," she says, and the man hasn't either. Neither knows what species it is, and, strangely, there don't seem to be any others like it. Maybe this is the result of an odd genetic defect that turns blue spruces red. After admiring the tree for a moment, the pair decides that they've hiked far enough and that they should probably head back to the car. She jokes that he's likely exhausted from his run-in with a wild animal, and he laughs, but clearly his ego has been bruised.
Oh. Oh.
The man stops his car in front of the woman's house, and she thanks him for taking her on the hike. As she starts to get out, though, he stops her. He asks
wait,
if
this
she
was
wants
the
to go
same.
do something else, like dinner? The woman thanks him for his offer, but she has to be up early the next day for work. Just a quick drink then? An hour? 30 minutes? The woman tries her best to let her friend down easy, explaining that she likes him as a friend and as only that. The man opens his mouth to respond, but she stops him. If he valued their friendship, then he wouldn't try to take advantage of it by using it as a backdoor to dating her. The man again looks like his pride has been shattered. He apologizes and admits that she is right. It's just that he has such a good time with her that he never wants it to end. She gives him a sad smile as she closes the car door, and he watches her enter her house before he finally drives away. It's 2 weeks later when the man's phone rings. It's his friend. She explains that she's been thinking a lot about what he said in the car, and that she likes spending time with him too.
Huh?
Maybe there could be something more to their relationship.
Oh, shit.
The man can't believe it. Is this really happening? The woman is serious. She'd like to take him up on that dinner offer, if he's still interested. Her treat. She wants to know what he is doing right. Ah! The man suddenly yelps in pain. Is he okay? What was that sound? Yes, I'm fine. It was nothing, the man tells her. It's just that now's not a good time. The woman doesn't understand. She thought he'd want to see her. She explains that she's leaving town for a work trip the next day and will be gone for a couple of weeks. She was hoping she could see him before she left, but the man cries out in pain again. He tells her that he hasn't been feeling well all day, but that he'll be all right. Okay, well, get well soon. I'll call you when I get back. They exchange goodbyes, and the man hangs up the phone. The man looks terrible.
No!
His skin is pale, and his face looks hollow and gaunt. He looks down at his arm and sees that the veins themselves appear to be moving, pulsing, and vibrating. He screams again in agony and falls to the floor, clutching his arm. After writhing on the floor, he manages to summon the strength to reach for the phone. His hand searches on the table above him, and eventually he's able to knock it onto the floor. He grabs the phone and starts to dial 911. Before he can press 1 again, another wave of intense searing pain consumes him. Several weeks later, the woman is standing outside the man's house. Mail and newspapers are piled up on his front porch, as if no one has been in or out in some time. She knocks on the door, but there's no response. Hello? She calls out, but still nothing. She's very worried. She's tried calling him several times, but he never answered or returned her messages. She tries the doorknob, and to her surprise, the front door swings open. She steps inside and the room is dark. She's also immediately hit by a strong aroma of pine?
Oh, nice.
She searches on the wall and finds the switch. She turns on the lights and can't believe what she sees standing in front of her. There in the middle of the room is a massive spruce tree, its upper branches pressing against the ceiling. She reaches out and touches the tree's vivid red branches. They feel sticky and wet. She pulls her hand away and looks down to see that it's covered in a red substance. That's when she notices something else. Stuck among the trunk at the base of the tree is the half-consumed body of her friend.
Icky.
Unfortunately, this pair would never have the opportunity to see their feelings take root and grow. Because
root
unbeknownst
grow.
to them,
Fuck off.
this beautiful tree is actually a very deadly anomaly, known to the SCP Foundation as SCP-867, but which is perhaps better known by its very appropriate nickname, Blood Spruce. SCP-867 is, or at least appears to be, quite similar to the species of tree Pisceae pungens, better known as the blue spruce. Of course, there are a number of dramatic differences between 867 and its non-anomalous counterpart. Visually, and most obvious, is the coloration. While blue spruces, as the name implies, are typically a blue-green color, SCP-867 is a deep, vibrant red. There's another major visual difference too, with the blood spruce lacking any sort of seed cones that you would normally expect to find. With no pine cones to protect and spread seeds, you'd be right to ask how SCP-867 goes about reproducing. The answer to that question is what makes this beautiful tree such a dangerous anomaly. The secret to how SCP-867 reproduces is found in its leaves. While they look like pine needles, SCP-867's leaves are, in fact, needles. Their structure is very similar to that of hypodermic needles, and each one contains a single long, thin seed, which sits above a small gas pocket at the base. When a living creature touches the leaves, the tree immediately reacts. It triggers the gas pocket in the base of the leaf to release, which injects the seed into the skin of whatever touched it. The process is quite similar to that found in auto-injectors, like those used to quickly treat allergic reactions. The seed itself is extremely small and is coated in a liquid that has both anesthetic and coagulant properties, which makes the process virtually undetectable. Once implanted in the skin, These seeds can lay dormant for up to 2 weeks before they begin the germination process, and the true horror of SCP-867 is revealed. Once the seeds begin to sprout and grow, they will not seek to penetrate through the skin like a plant rising out of the soil. Instead, the strange plant will grow within its host's body, spreading throughout the circulatory system. This process is extremely painful for the host. The plant's tendrils wind through their veins and capillary system, stretching and pressing against them as the blood spruce grows within them. Eventually, the ever-increasing size of the plant's tendrils becomes too much, and the veins will begin to rupture. This leads to severe internal bleeding, and soon after, the death of the host. The entire process is quite quick, with it only taking 24 hours from when the seeds first sprout
cool, guys. It's only
to the
24
host
hours.
dying. But that single day will feel like an eternity to the afflicted individual as they feel the plant rapidly growing inside of their body. But even though the host has expired, this parasitoid tree is far from finished with them, or at least their body. Soon after death, a new instance of the blood spruce will burst from the body. The red tree is quite small at first, but it will continue to quickly grow, just as it did within its host's body, and can reach maturity in just 30 days. And unlike most other plants, SCP-867 is able to grow regardless of light or soil conditions, because it does not produce food via photosynthesis. No, this plant is carnivorous. As it grows, the 867 will slowly consume its host's body until nothing remains except the blood-red tree.
What's up, Daisy?
Instances of SCP-867 were first
This is an
identified
SCP,
in
this is wacky
Colorado
nature.
during the 1990s,
Most SCPs are wacky
following
nature.
reports of numerous disappearances of hikers and park rangers. The SCP Foundation dispatched a team to the area to investigate, and they soon discovered numerous instances of the previously unidentified tree. Several still young specimens were acquired, though unfortunately, this led to the deaths of several agents who were not yet aware of just how dangerous the red spruces could be. Once their threat level was properly assessed, several specimens were flagged for containment and research purposes, while all of the other identified instances still in the wild were destroyed. The remaining instances of SCP-867 were classified as Euclid and are now securely kept at a Foundation biocontainment site. Direct human contact with the plants is normally not allowed, and remote rovers are used for the majority of tests and upkeep. If for any reason it is necessary for a human to enter 867's containment cell, they are to wear full hazmat suits with a Kevlar underlayer, and upon exiting the cell, must undergo a full herbicidal treatment and inspection. Should any possible puncture marks be discovered, they will be forced to quarantine for no less than 15 days. Ah, nature. It's so beautiful, peaceful, and calming, yet seems determined to try and kill us in any number of ways. If you're out hiking or camping in the woods, try to remember this extremely famous adage which I may or may not have just made up. It goes, leaves of 3, let them be. Needles of red, well, you're probably already dead. Now go and watch another entry from the files of Dr. Bob, like SCP-021, the skinworm, for another deadly anomaly with parasitic tendencies. And make
Maybe no skin worm. Hey guys, what the hell do I do in this quest with this frickin' rhino meat? I gotta feed eagles. Where the hell are they? All I see is dragons. Kevlar does not protect against stabs at all. Yeah, get him. Get him. Get the SCP writers. Wait, there's one. You want meat? Little birdie?
I don't have a target.
Throw the meat to the Stormcrest Eagle in Stormcrest. Wait. Oh, the one that's already in Stormcrest? Oh, fuck. This is Comfy Stream. I'm glad you're liking it. Yeah, I need to make this purple bar go to there, so I hit 80 and can finally be free from this stupid grind of a game. And in the meantime, we're watching SCPs and just chilling. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty comfy. Nice bag space. Fuck off. Fuck off with that. Stop looking at my bag space, okay? The grind starts at 80. Yeah, but at least then I'm not like, you know, it's just gear. I just have to get lucky. Or people send me, you know, money and I just buy it. All right, Eagle.
I need to target something first.
Throw to the meat to a Stormcrest Eagle in Stormcrest. What the hell is this then?
I need to target at something first.
Go east, top of the mountain to see the eagles. This mountain? Okay. Oh, there we go. So do you guys want, what's the next one you want? Let's see. The Constant Companions. That sounds fun and wholesome.
It's an average day at Site 43 of the SCP Foundation, and a new researcher has arrived for her first day at the site. She fills out an intimidating stack of onboarding paperwork, takes a picture for her new ID badge, and meets her direct supervisor. There's something you should probably know about working at this site, he begins, but an alarm sounds down the hall, and he has to rush away to attend to it. We'll finish this later, don't move, he calls to her before he disappears from sight. Then she's left alone, twiddling her thumbs, shifting from foot to foot, and looking at her new workplace. It looks like any other Foundation site for the most part. One unusual thing does catch her eye, though. There are mirrors everywhere, all along the walls of the hallway, seemingly all the way down until the hallway bends out of sight. What could those possibly be for? As she runs through the possibilities in her head, she hears the squeaking wheels of a mop cart coming toward her. A janitor is making his way across the floor, mopping at the tiles as he goes. He has a pair of headphones covering his ears, and she thinks about interrupting him to ask about the mirrors, but doesn't want to disturb him.
Yeah,
Then she spots something just behind the janitor, reflected in the mirror, that makes her scream and drop her clipboard. There is a face, ashen and ghastly, like some horrible phantom out of a scary story. She spins around, expecting to see the horrible face lurking behind her, but there's nothing there. Whatever the thing is, it's just in the mirror. When her supervisor returns, he finds her pale and sweating, her hands shaking. She stumbles over her words, trying to tell him what she just saw.
Kinda cute.
He laughs at her wide-eyed
Didn't you have like a
expression and
crush
says,
on fucking
"Oh, don't worry,
Simple
that's
Jeffrey,
just
whatever
Philip
his
and
name was,
constant
the
companion." Then he
creepypasta
tells her
guy?
all about SCP-5056. SCP-5056 is a hairless humanoid entity with gray matte skin and 3 slash-like scars on its face, resembling the placement of eyes and a mouth. It does not have a physical, corporeal form, at least on the visual spectrum, and can only be seen in reflective surfaces. It appears to prefer manifesting in glass, especially mirrors and lenses. Any equipment
Jeff
or
the
media
Killer.
that captures the
Thought it was
entity's
Simple
image
Jeffrey.
will begin to degrade on an atomic level. Though anyone can see SCP-5056 when it appears in a reflective surface, only one person is able to hear it speak. Philip E. Deering,
What?
also referred to as SCP-5056-B. Philip Deering is a white man with brown eyes and brown hair, standing at 172 centimeters tall. He joined the staff of SCP Foundation Site-43 as a custodian in July of 1999, and for his first 3 years of service, there was nothing notable about him. He was a pleasant man, though occasionally prone to bouts of depression, and was a reliable employee. In September of 2002, however, his behavior changed following a disastrous incident involving anomalous materials in a chromatic abatement facility, AAF-D.
Naturally.
After this incident occurred, Philip began exhibiting signs of auditory hallucinations, reacting to sounds that no one else could hear. At first, this was thought to be the result of a mental health episode brought on by stress and trauma, but the discovery of SCP-5056 soon proved that the voice he was hearing was not, in fact, in his head. Since the first day it appeared to him, SCP-5056 has followed Philip everywhere he goes. It has not expressed interest in any other people or entities, except for situations where it felt that Philip was being threatened. It is aware of other entities. It simply does not care about them. As for its behavior toward Philip, SCP-5056 has historically behaved in a way opposite to Philip's emotional needs. When Philip is trying to sleep, it opens its mouth scar and screams. It picks verbal fights with him when he is overwhelmed or sad, including reminding him of estranged family members, awkward social interactions, and personal failings. He has gotten used to his companion over the years, even giving notes on its less than effective insults and encouraging creativity. He has even given the entity a nickname, Doug. SCP-5056 becomes enraged when separated from Philip, and if there is no available reflective surface upon which it can manifest and speak to him, it will begin to act out. After 9 seconds have passed without SCP-5056 having access to Philip, it will begin to vibrate at an intense speed and emit an endless 119 decibel sound that reverberates through the entirety of Site-43. As soon as Philip is returned to 5056's line of sight, both the sound and the vibrating will immediately stop.
This is
Staff
actually
in the
chat.
area have been made
This is
aware
what
of the
happens when I
entity's
leave chat
presence
alone
and
for
its
like a
aggressive
second.
tendencies.
For 9
Following an
seconds.
incident involving Dr. Bradbury, who experienced immense psychological distress after SCP-5056 appeared in one of the lenses of her eyeglasses that led to her eventual resignation, no one wearing glasses or any other reflective eyewear is permitted to interact with Philip or SCP-5056. Because SCP-5056 has no physical body, it cannot be truly contained in a traditional sense. However, its location seems to be bound to Philip's, and therefore limiting Philip's movements to Site-43 has provided the Foundation with a workable solution. Aside from the issue with Dr. Bradbury, there has only been one other notable incident involving SCP-5056 so far. On January 23, 2003, Dr. Falkirk decided to perform an experiment that would prove Philip was not necessary for the containment of SCP-5056. Philip was sent to an observation room and instructed to turn on recording equipment. In the room, there was a steel table, a steel chair, and a hand mirror. After Philip sat down in the room, SCP-5056 warned him to get out. He ignored it and proceeded to talk with Dr. Falkirk. Falkirk gave an order to initiate Phase 2 of the experiment, and Philip began to have trouble breathing.
No.
After several seconds, he lost consciousness.
What are you doing?
Dr. Falkirk turned his and his assistant's attention to the mirror, where SCP-5056 was still present. It became enraged, yelling for Philip, and attacked Dr. Falkirk.
Philip!
Though the specific details of the attack are lost from official records, he was subsequently given medical treatment for blood loss, facial injuries, and the loss of his left eye.
Oh, fuck.
He has been under intensive psychological care ever since. Though no one but Philip is able to hear a word SCP-5056 says, any recording device that he activates will pick up the entity's voice. In order to give the research team a better sense of SCP-5056's behavior, Philip's uniform contains a microphone that is always on and always recording his conversations. It has, over the years, picked up everything that passes between Philip and the world around him, from his conversations with coworkers to the tiny torments and verbal barbs from SCP-5056.
Why is Doug so mean to
In
Philip?
2020, however, the microphone recorded a series of events that would change Philip and his relationship to the anomaly in the mirror forever.
Uh-oh.
Philip was struggling with a sense of crushing isolation, with the majority of his social interaction coming from Dr. Ngo and SCP-5056. The only bright spot in his days was the presence of Chief Amelia Tarosian of the janitorial and maintenance section, who would often visit Philip to chat while he was mopping. They spoke regularly for months, joking with each other about work, Amelia asking questions about Philip's life with 5056, all while the entity needled Philip about his apparent crush on Amelia.
Doug's gonna get
On
jealous.
September 9th, 2020, however, Amelia confessed something. She returned his feelings. The audio transcription from this day captured this revelation. I never really thought... I didn't think you... Philip began. Really? Really, Amelia retorted. Yeah, really. Well, I mean, I didn't think you... either, she admitted. Philip laughed at this. Are you kidding? You've got to be kidding. I mean, you're... A moment of silence passed between the two, the air crackling with nervous excitement. How long... he began. She interrupted. Since I met you. He laughed again, a giddy sound. You had that on speed dial. Well, how long? She started. This time, he interrupted. Since I met you. They both laughed for a long time before falling silent once again. What are you thinking about? Amelia asked. Can't you tell? She shook her head. No. Confusing me with your anxiety surrogate? He hasn't said a word tonight. Philip smiled softly at this. I must not have any anxieties right now.
Doug!
The two quickly developed a romantic relationship, Philip brushing off the doubts that SCP-5056 tried to plant in his mind. On June 11, 2021, Dr. Ngo conducted Philip's annual psychological review, and they discussed the notable changes in his demeanor and worldview. The audio from the session has been transcribed. Thanks for letting me do this a day early, Philip began. Well, hey, I have a social engagement tomorrow, Dr. Ngo replied. Philip laughed heartily at that. You know, that might be the first time I've heard you laugh.
Yes.
Let's talk about that. SCP-5056 started to speak. Yes, let's talk about... But Philip cut it off. About how humorless and morose I am? The entity was stunned into silence. Dr. Ngo spoke up. Was he about to say that? Are you finishing his thoughts now? Why not? It used to be my thoughts. What changed? SCP-5056 spoke up again. Nothing. Philip disagreed. A lot of things. Some of them because of Doug, some of them because of me, some of them... Chief Tarosian, Dr. Nyo finished the thought for him. Yeah, I guess I didn't really care about improving myself until I had someone to improve for. Doug beat a lot of my flaws out of me. There just wasn't enough room in my head for self-pity or self-loathing or even selfishness with him nattering away in the background all day, every day. But Amy gave me something to actually work toward. This time, 5056 finished his thought. You stopped wasting your life. Go on, Dr. Nyo encouraged. It feels strange to say, because this has been a terrible year all over, but it still meant so much to me. Dr. Nyo nodded. You achieved something. I achieved something, and I reached out. My life isn't one long, indifferently narrated one-man show anymore. Sure, I'm still stuck underground, but I'm not alone down here anymore. SCP-5056 spoke up, giving one final thought. You are never alone, Philip. You will never, ever be alone. Never again. What's he saying? Something spooky? Dr. Nyo asked. Philip shook his head. It's phrased that way, but that's not how I'm taking it. The next morning, Philip prepared to take a life-changing step. He stood in front of a mirror, dressed in a tuxedo, and adjusted his bow tie. How do I look, Doug? He asked, because I can't see with you in the mirror. SCP-5056 replied, You're making a mistake. Philip laughed it off. Yeah, I've never been good at bow ties. I'd use a clip-on, but Amy would never forgive me, and anyway, it would clash with the tuxedo. SCP-5056 pushed further, refusing to let it go. You aren't ready for this. I definitely am. But hey, if you have objections, feel free to shout them out at the appropriate time. Nobody but me will hear you, but if you make good points, I'll be sure to pass them along. You won't hold up your end. I'd do anything for her. You don't have the energy. I've never felt this good. Are you even trying here, buddy? It won't change who you are. It already has. It won't fix you. Philip laughed, pulling his bow tie tight. He turned away from the mirror and toward the next chapter of his life with one final statement. I don't need to be fixed. As long as she had known him, Amelia Terosian had demonstrated kindness, care, empathy, and curiosity toward Philip. Unlike her colleagues, she was not put off by the presence of SCP-5056, but approached it with an open mind and an appreciation for the entirety of Philip's self, the man beyond the anomaly. The two were married in Ipperwash Provincial Park on June 12, 2021, and have been together ever since.
What?
Notably, Amelia has reported that SCP-5056 remains largely dormant in her presence, allowing the two to spend their time together without interruption. Following Philip's relationship with Amelia and the improvement to his mental state, as well as changes to SCP-5056's behavior, the Foundation conducted a review and reassessment of the anomaly. Several high-ranking Foundation staff wrote down their changing thoughts on SCP-5056 and contributed them to the official revised file. Amelia R. Terosian, chief of the janitorial and maintenance section and wife of Philip Deering, wrote, I don't think anyone understood Doug when he first manifested. They all thought he was an anomalous abuser, a demon with a short fuse, existing just to get a rise out of someone. They tell me Phil was plenty risible back then, introverted and absent-minded, the perfect jump scare target. But once he stopped being jumpy, Doug started needling him about his low self-esteem. Once he started standing up for himself, Doug made him worry about other people's needs. By the time I met him in 2019, Phil was considerate, unflappable,
I think that's how that works,
and still
but
absolutely miserable.
I'm glad.
That's when Doug started bugging him about his love life. I don't think Doug is preying on Phil. I think he's trying to help. Dr. Harold R. Blank, chair of the Archives and Revision section, contributed, For the longest time, we thought Phil might be anomalous as well. We even tossed around the idea of classing him Thaumiel, which obviously didn't fly. At the very least, we were pretty sure Doug was an unconscious manifestation of his internal monologue, so we labeled it 5056-A and made him 5056-B. After nearly 2 decades of observation, however, I can say with near certainty that there is nothing at all remarkable about Philip Eugene Deering beyond his unusual equanimity in the face of enduring trauma. He is no longer considered an SCP object, and his paranormal paramour has been reclassified as simply SCP-5056. A self-containing, incorporeal emotional parasite requiring no containment because it voluntarily restricts itself to the presence of a man who voluntarily restricts himself to a secure underground bunker. We're still not sure what will happen when Phil dies, but my guess is 5056 gets one last class change to neutralized.
Uh-oh.
Dr. Melissa Bradbury, chair of the Research and Experimentation section, included, No, I can't tell you what I saw, but I can tell you what I felt. That's only after more than a decade of Foundation psychotherapy, mind you. I was comatose for 11 months and endured 3 years of blurry vision because I couldn't put on a pair of specs or contact lenses without having a panic attack. When that thing filled up my vision, it felt like someone had gut-punched my brain. You know that late-night experience where you suddenly remember some stupid or embarrassing thing you did in your life and it makes you feel ashamed? Well, imagine if you suddenly thought of every stupid or embarrassing thing you'd ever done, all at once, like your conscience finally got fed up and decided to go nuclear on you. No wonder Falkirk tore his eye out. Delfina M. Ibanez, chief of the Pursuit and Suppression section, had this to say. When Blank said we should let Deering keep playing janitor under his pet monster's watchful eye scars, I was skeptical. I was chief of security and containment, and that sounded like the polar opposite of both concepts. I'm happy to say I was wrong. Deering has absolutely nil combat utility, and without 5056, his disaster response priority would be somewhere just above the D class, and we don't even have D class at 43. But with 5056, he's practically an intruder deterrent system. You know what they say, a friend is someone who will help you move, a best friend is someone who will disintegrate your enemy's eyes. Dr. Noon T. Nyo, chair of the Psychology and Parapsychology section, wrote, SCP-5056 has co-opted JM64's negative thought processes, externalizing his melancholy and self-doubt. His earliest psych evaluation suggested a proclivity towards intrusive anxious thoughts. Because these thoughts are now literally intrusive, he can assess them much more rationally than he could without anomalous intervention. We still don't know what 5056 is, but I can say this much. It is devoted to its opposite number and wants to help him. It expresses affection in a grating, alien manner, but there's no arguing with the results. It's taken 19 years, but Deering has finally made peace with himself. Of course, he's had a little extra help in that regard. Finally, Dr. Polixeni Metaxas, chair of the Spectrometry and Spectrometry section, said, they've called this a haunting for 19 years. It's even entered the general terminology. A Deering-class haunting denotes the stalking of a corporeal being by an incorporeal one. Nobody really thinks of 5056 as a ghost, however. Nobody but me. The materials handling disaster which created Doug also annihilated at least 2 of our subjects in containment.
Cool.
The nature of those subjects is highly classified, but I can say this much. They are intimately connected to the cycles of guilt and apathy through which human society writ large regularly cycles.
The fuck?
Is it too much of a stretch to suggest that one of them, or a fragment of one of them, was reconstituted in that thaumaturgical soup into Deering's inescapable conscience? If that's what happened, well, perhaps it still doesn't make him all that different from the rest of us. We're all haunted by something, and we're all haunting something ourselves. Our hopes and fears are just voices in our heads that only we can hear. Everything we are is just the hallucination of a hollow frame of meat and bone. So what separates us from the thing on the other side of the mirror? 3 dimensions and room to grow. Since the reassessment, the containment measures for SCP-5056 have been updated. It is now considered to be self-containing, with its position fixed to that of Philip. Philip is prohibited from leaving SCP Foundation facilities without direction from Security Clearance Level 4+ personnel, and must carry at least 1 reflective object on his person at all times.
Little
Any
pocket
new
buddy.
or visiting staff must be briefed by Philip on the nature of SCP-5056. He is also required to undergo mental health treatment, mainly exposure response prevention therapy, which allows him to respond to his intrusive thoughts without acting on them. Though SCP-5056 once terrified Philip, bringing him endless distress, he has grown accustomed to its presence.
Does he still scream
Even
whenever
when
he's
the
trying
things
to sleep?
5056 tells him are upsetting,
How is that supposed to be
he considers
helpful?
them to be necessary reflections of his inner life, providing him with introspection he has never been capable of on his own. Since Philip's marriage, the entity has grown more and more passive, appearing only to bring up areas that need improvement in the relationship,
Oh, really?
reminding Philip of ways he can be a better husband to Amelia.
What?
Just as Philip has
Actually,
become more
homie.
comfortable with the presence of SCP-5056, so too has the rest of the Foundation staff. Perhaps, even if they're not entirely aware of it, they recognize something of themselves in that dynamic.
does she feel?
Don't we all live with demons of our own, constant companions whispering our insecurities back to us, reminding us of the ways in which we fall short? They may not be as anomalous as SCP-5056, but their hold on us can be just as powerful, just as destructive. The only way to contain them is to look them in the face, learn to talk back, and decide against all odds to go after what we want anyway.
Hell yeah.
We may never be truly rid of them, never be completely alone, and
This is a
without that
good one.
gray shadow lurking at our side. But that's okay. We can carry it with us, accepting that our fears, our hurts, our nagging anxieties are necessary parts of who we are. But we can also argue back against the voice that tells us we'll never be truly happy and say, yes, I will, because I deserve it. Eventually, we might just believe it enough for that voice to finally shut up. Now go and watch another entry
that was
from the
my
files of
favorite
Dr.
one.
Bob, like SCP-446, Human Mannequin, for another haunting humanoid anomaly.
I've seen that one, and it is nothing like the one we just watched, so we're not gonna follow that advice. That was a very good one. I think this is the best one of the night. Also, please subscribe to Dr. Bob on YouTube if you like these videos. He does a lot of really good animations and just kind of storytelling in general that makes SCP super approachable for people that haven't seen it. Yeah, definitely the best one tonight, hands down. And we're at the halfway mark, a little bit over it actually, for hitting level 80. So that's great. Oh, SCP-2611, large and in charge.
A young woman steps onto her bathroom scale.
Great.
She holds her breath and squeezes her eyes shut,
Let's do
afraid
a weight
to see
one.
the results as she listens
This'll
to
be
the dial
wholesome, right?
spinning. When it slows to a stop, she opens her eyes and looks down. She balks at the result. 150 pounds. That's unacceptable in her eyes. She steps off the scale and examines her reflection in the full-length mirror. In truth, her weight is far from out of control.
Fine.
But when she looks at herself, she can't help but see flaws. The subtle ring of pudge around her middle, the way her butt sticks out just a little too far for her liking, the very faint thickness around her cheeks and chin that hint at her history of snacking. As she leaves the bathroom, she reflects on her situation. Of course she's gaining weight. How could it be any other way? For the last 2 years, she's been in lockdown during a pandemic.
Yeah.
She barely left her apartment. She
True.
let her gym membership lapse, and instead of cycling to work, she's instead taking the easy way out by just driving. And it's not like she gets much exercise in her free time either. During these last 2 years of isolation, she's mostly stayed in and watched television. She's discovered a particular love for trashy daytime talk shows and court dramas. Intellectually, she knows that they're the equivalent of junk food, but at the same time, there is a certain mindless charm to them. She would be embarrassed to admit it to any of her friends, but she does enjoy just turning off her brain
is this
and
gonna become an
absorbing some
SCP?
silly talk show about professional
Just
stunt
trying to be
dwarves
relatable
or
right now.
Satan
Is that
worshipping
Mario? Is that
furry
furries?
juggalos.
Furry
That sort of
juggalos?
entertainment-
Wait, sorry, I was talking during very important parts. Let's go back.
Mindless charm to them. She would be embarrassed to admit it to any of her friends, but she does enjoy just turning off her brain and absorbing some silly talk show about professional stunt dwarves or Satan-worshipping furry juggalos.
Huh?
That sort of entertainment has been a boon to get her through the tough times. Nevertheless, it's time to make a change. She promises herself that she's going to get into shape. Today, instead of vegging out on the couch, she's going to make an effort. She's going to go out and get some exercise, and she tells herself she's going to watch those extra pounds melt away right before her eyes. She hopes that her old gym clothes will still fit her. After all, she's definitely put on some extra weight since her last trip to the gym. After rummaging through her drawers, she finds what she's looking for, her spandex gym shorts and sports bra. She quickly changes her clothes and is relieved to see that, although they might be a little snugger than she would like, they still fit her pretty well.
There you go.
That's a good sign. She probably won't even have to work very hard to get herself down to her ideal weight. It's all a matter of willpower, she tells herself. I was fit before, so that means I should be able to do it again. All I have to do is avoid temptation. I'll just have to make sure I stay active instead of watching trash TV all day. After all, I don't want to rot my brain too much. On the first day, she actually does an admirable job of sticking to her plan. She cycles to work, enjoying the fresh air and the reassuring post-workout burn in her legs that let her know that she's making progress. She throws away all the junk food in her refrigerator and goes shopping for healthy fruits and vegetables. And, most important of all, she limits her television time. She knows that trashy TV is probably her biggest addiction, even more than junk food, so she needs to be careful of that. On the second day, though, she notices something strange. She starts off with a simple, healthy breakfast, just some granola and a glass of juice. It's barely enough to satisfy her, but she knows that she has to make sacrifices if she expects to actually lose any weight. After breakfast, she decides to go out for a jog. As she's out on the street, she's overcome with sudden hunger. Of course, that's to be expected. She's on a diet now, so it's going to take some time to adjust to these smaller meals. She puts her hand to her rumbling stomach and grimaces. She's never felt this hungry before. If she didn't know better, she would think that she hadn't eaten for a week with the amount of pain that she's feeling. In fact, she's actually starting to feel a little woozy, and she has to lean against a light post to keep from fainting. She shakes her head to clear her thoughts. Okay, she thinks, I must have misjudged how many calories I need to get me through a morning. Her eyes stray to a nearby coffee shop. She sighs in relief. She thinks to herself, I'll just pop in there and get myself a small snack, just a little something to keep my blood sugar up. She walks into the cafe and gets in line. As she waits, she can't help but stare at the rows of pastries on display under the glass. They all look delicious, and she is really hungry. She fully intends to only
How
get
is
a
this
bagel
an
with a little
SCP?
smear of cream cheese, but when she gets to the counter, she finds herself ordering way too much food. I'd like 2 scones, 3 danishes, and a bear claw, she says. Also a large super raspberry frappuccino with extra syrup and whipped cream.
Uh-oh.
Words just tumble out of her mouth, almost as if it's not her saying them, but rather some other voice speaking through her mouth. What the? I didn't say that, she stammers. The clerk behind the counter eyes her strangely, and the young woman feels too embarrassed to protest further. She steps aside and waits for her order, pondering the strange event that just happened.
What the? I didn't
Is
say
she
that.
possessed?
It's like,
She's not a
okay.
superstitious person, but she can't think of any other explanation for what just happened. She can admit to herself that she has
only
broken
day
down
2.
and lost to temptation over a tasty
Stay
snack in the
strong.
past, but this is ridiculous. Eventually, when the clerk hands her the order, she rationalizes the whole thing away. I must just be having a hunger hallucination, she says to herself. Obviously, I need to be a little more careful about not being so strict about my
Baby
diet.
SCP. Yeah,
I'm
she's
sure
just
if I just
pregnant.
eat
and
sensibly, I
wants
won't have an experience
specific
like that
food.
again. Her stomach grumbles again, reminding her of the original reason why she stepped into this coffee shop. She retreats to a table in the corner and tears open the bag.
Uh-oh.
She wolfs down her pastries with gusto and slurps at her rich, creamy drink. When she's finished, she sighs in satisfaction, although the uncomfortable, full feeling in her belly reminds her of her predicament. She only meant to eat enough to keep her from fainting, but instead, she's eating herself silly, and it's only day 2 of the diet.
Day 2.
This does not bode well. Okay, she tells herself, this is my last cheat. From now on, I'm gonna be serious about this diet. She stands up and leaves the cafe, ready to complete the rest of her jog. But then, something even stranger happens. On the television, the matriarch of the family is furious. She has forbidden her daughter from marrying the gardener because she believes that he is too low class for her high-born daughter. But what she doesn't realize is that her daughter is in love and that she is determined to make it work.
Okay.
The daughter and the gardener have eloped, and the matriarch is hiring a private detective to track them down.
Why is that
Meanwhile,
Boomhauer?
the matriarch's long-lost twin brother, whom she thought died in a plane crash in the tropics, has actually been alive the entire time. He has been in a South American hospital recovering
Dale?
from
I'm
amnesia,
Boomhauer.
but now he returns to the family estate, ready to claim his share of the inheritance. These events are all noted by the family's shady lawyer, who has big plans to usurp the family fortune himself. Unbeknownst to the family, he is actually secretly working for their mortal enemies and business rivals to destroy them.
Oh, no.
The young woman laughs, shoving a handful of potato chips into her mouth. Oh man, I wouldn't want to be in their shoes now.
Yeah.
That lawyer is playing them all like fiddles.
Yeah.
Suddenly, she startles, as if she's just waking up. Where is she? Wasn't she just in that coffee shop? How is it that she's at home? And why is she eating potato chips? She was sure that she threw out all the junk food in the house. She must have bought a bag on her way back home from jogging, but she literally cannot remember it. And what is she doing now? Watching television and eating junk food? In disgust, she grabs the remote and shuts off the TV. She was supposed to be jogging, and instead, she's sitting at home and watching
How
stupid
is this
soap
SCP
operas.
still?
The
I
thing
don't
that
get it.
worries her the most is her apparent blackout. She remembers nothing about her trip home from the coffee shop, although the evidence of the potato chip bag indicates that she must have stopped at a convenience store or supermarket on the way home. How could she forget something like that? I really must be having a blood sugar issue, she tells herself reassuringly, even though deep down, she knows that can't be the case. She had the blackout after eating the pastries at the coffee shop, so that can't be the cause. But she really doesn't want to think about that, so she puts it out of her head with a renewed promise to commit to her exercise and fitness program. Over the next few days, she makes a valiant effort to keep her promise. She cycles when she can, she jogs when she remembers, and yet, the blackouts continue. And no matter where she is when she loses her memory, she always recovers in the same place. Back home on her couch, always in the middle of eating some fatty junk food, always staring at the television set. Sure, she's always had an unhealthy television habit, and she knows that trashy talk shows and silly soap operas are her biggest weakness. But it doesn't make any sense that she would be seeking them out when she's in some kind of fugue state, right? As the weeks roll by, the young woman finds that her weight keeps rising. When she steps onto the bathroom scale, she's shocked to see that the dial points to 200 pounds. She's doing everything right, she thinks. How is that possible? How is it possible that she's ballooned up an extra 50 pounds since deciding to slim down? She can't fit into her old gym clothes anymore. She can barely tug the spandex shorts up to her thighs, and even if she could,
down.
she's afraid that they're going to split apart. In desperation, She switches to an old stretchy sweatsuit. It's the only thing that she owns that still fits her. This is just a temporary setback, she tells herself as she stares at her bloated reflection in the bathroom mirror. I just have to work harder. And she does. Or does she? When she goes to ride her bike, she finds that it's no longer strong enough to support her weight. She can't perch on the seat comfortably, and the steel body frame starts to creak when she rests her full weight upon it. She steels her resolve. Sure, it might be embarrassing to go out in public wearing an ill-fitting sweatsuit and riding a bike groaning under her bulk, but she really has no choice. This time, she's going to do it. And she probably did ride her bike to work, right? She's not sure. The next thing that she knows, she's back at home, spread across the couch, basking in the comforting glow of the television. The floor is covered in empty bags and cartons, and her face is slathered with crumbs and sauce. The last thing that she remembers is that she was just about to go for a bike ride, but now she's back at home, and it looks like she just completely ruined her diet. She lifts her arm with some effort and stares at her watch. She's lost almost a whole day. That's the longest blackout yet. She must have gone out cycling and made her way home, where she decided to reward herself for her strenuous efforts with a little snack. That's the only logical explanation. She tries to reassure herself that maybe she's past the worst of it, but she finds that these mysterious blackouts keep happening. They happen while she's at work, while she's at the gym, while she's out cycling, but she always comes to in the same place, sitting on her sofa at home, in front of the TV, surrounded by the debris of a massive meal. Again, she wonders if maybe she's having some sort of reaction to her new low-calorie diet. Maybe she's been cutting back so far on her food intake that she's starting to have fainting spells. Maybe her diet food is tainted in some way. But that doesn't explain why she keeps gaining weight. The scale in her bathroom doesn't lie. It keeps reporting higher and higher numbers, and as much as she tries to reassure herself that it must just be broken, her ever-tightening clothes and ever-widening reflection tell her otherwise. Her trips to the gym become less and less frequent, as she finds that other patrons have started to stare and whisper about her. Are they laughing at her for not being able to control her weight? Are they whispering about how her new flab is spilling from the confines of her sweatsuit? She can't even run on the treadmill for more than a few minutes without being completely winded, and she's too wide to balance on her bike now.
Yeah, I don't know. See where the fucking SCP part is.
To the point that she completely fills the whole couch. She chews her way through yet another bag of potato chips, her eyes never straying from the ever-chattering television set. She barely moves from the spot, her tremendous girth sinking into a permanent groove in the cushions as the couch springs groan. She barely notices, however, because she's much too intent on enjoying herself. She loves to eat, and every bite brings her untold joy, her taste buds tingling with delight. She is constantly full, so much so that she feels slightly sick, so bloated that she feels like she might just burst, but she's powerless to resist the siren call of junk food. She scarfs down entire boxes of cookies and cartons of ice cream without a thought, having turned into the very definition of a mindless eater. Only occasionally does she rouse herself from this stupor of gorging, to reach for her telephone, to order more takeout or more grocery delivery, always choosing the most calorie-laden options. Other than eating, her attention is completely devoted to her television set. She watches a constant stream of daytime talk shows, laughing along with the studio audience as the hosts parade out an assortment of society's biggest freaks. Sometimes she'll switch the channel to watch soap operas, becoming so wrapped up in the ridiculous plot twists and melodramatic acting that she completely forgets the passage of time. Her bicycle stands propped against the wall in the hallway, completely forgotten and untouched now for months. At this point, all thoughts of losing weight have utterly evaporated, and all that she cares about is satisfying her appetites for junk food and junk television.
Writer's fetish.
One day,
SCP?
she suddenly shakes her head and looks down at herself in horror, as if seeing herself for the first time.
How is this like
what the?
A revelation?
She says in disbelief. She drops her half-eaten carton of ice cream and grabs at her fleshy middle with her hands,
It's just been
as
the
if
same
to make
thing
sure
over
that
and
it's
over
all
again.
her and not some kind of crazy dream. Her hands sink deep into her new flesh, and she realizes to her shock that indeed she has eaten herself into morbid obesity. How is this possible? I can't be this big. I was only... Her words trail off as the sound of an organ sting from the soap opera on TV diverts her attention. Within seconds, her eyes have glazed over,
the TV,
and her
I
hands
guess?
move to pick up the dropped carton of ice cream. Her worries about her growing size forgotten, she's now only concerned with watching until the next commercial break. It might seem unbelievable that someone could undergo such a startling physical and mental transformation, but what that young woman experienced
an SCP?
has led to
I don't
her
know,
being
Boone.
classified
This
by
is
the
the weakest
Foundation
one for
as
sure we've seen so far.
SCP-2611. SCP-2611 is, as you might have expected, a young woman currently weighing approximately 500 pounds.
Wait, the woman
Her
itself is
mobility
the
limited
SCP?
due to her weight, although SCP staff encourage her to take light exercise whenever possible. in hopes of preventing her mobility from deteriorating further. She also suffers from several health issues related to her weight and lifestyle, including diabetes, for which she is receiving treatment by Foundation personnel.
Why?
Her awareness of her situation and surroundings is severely limited, as she spends most of her time in a stupor. But when she is lucid, she believes that she is in a special facility receiving treatment for her weight problem. In reality, SCP-2611 is under observation because of SCP-2611-1. SCP-2611-1 is a mass of sentient fat located on SCP-2611's left side. SCP-2611-1 has become integrated with several of SCP-2611's vital organs, making it too dangerous to attempt to remove SCP-2611-1 via liposuction or other means. SCP-2611-1 has gradually exerted increasing control over the mind and actions of its host, to the point that SCP-2611
So she just has a
is only fully
random
conscious for 1
sentient
to 2
tumor that
hours
makes
daily.
her want to eat
The
more?
rest of the time, SCP-2611-1
What was
is
the whole
fully
point
in
of like the
control of its
relatable
host's
COVID
behavior.
like putting on weight
Prior
and
to
trying to
coming to
lose
the
it
SCP
thing?
facility, SCP-2611-1 influenced its host to consume massive amounts of calories, leading to the mysterious and sudden weight gain that we observed earlier.
Ooh,
This was
creepy.
possibly an attempt by SCP-2611-1 to increase its own size and influence, but as of yet, its reasons, as well as how it exerts control over its host, are unknown.
They're unknown?
When in control, SCP-2611-1
There wasn't even an attempt to write,
through its
like,
host,
a logic
communicating
for
in
it?
standard American English. SCP-2611's access to food has
Bro,
been
Dr.
limited
Bob,
since her
you gotta
arrival
be
at the
more
Foundation,
discerning about your
so as to
fucking
prevent her
SCPs
weight
than
gain
this. This
from
one's
accelerating
terrible.
to dangerous levels. Other than eating, SCP-2611-1's main interest appears to be daytime television. Attempts to communicate with SCP-2611-1 have so far met with little success due to the anomaly's limited attention span for anything other than the minutiae of daytime television. In a conversation with one researcher, however, SCP-2611-1 let slip that it preferred daytime television to the programming watched by, quote, that other guy, suggesting that it lived inside a different host before it eventually took up residence within the body of SCP-2611.
Ooh, okay.
At another point, while in the middle of a conversation about a
That
court
other
drama,
guy.
SCP-2611-1 suddenly announced, kill it now, I don't care if I die. Staff believe that this might not have been SCP-2611-1 at all, but rather the voice of SCP-2611 trying to break through the hypnotic control of her parasite to call for help. At this time, no drastic action is recommended until further observations can be made. SCP-2611-1 does not appear to be contagious, and the way that it bonds with the host is unknown, so it is currently classified as safe. At the moment, SCP-2611-1 is the only known instance of its kind. However, considering rising levels of obesity worldwide, it is not unfathomable to think that there could be countless other instances influencing the behavior of other hosts
go
to
on
dedicate
and
their
fucking-
lives to consuming food and television.
Oh, it's actually a
Who knows?
commentary.
It's not like most of us would need that much
Social
convincing.
commentary, guys.
Now go and watch
I don't know if you
another
gathered
entry from
that,
the
but it's
files of
actually
Dr.
social
Bob,
commentary.
like SCP-002, The Living Room, for another tale of a large amount.
All right, that was objectively the worst one that we have seen so far, and I apologize for putting you guys through it. But it's also, I think, interesting to listen to bad ones because you're able to like get a sense for what makes a creepypasta good versus bad. In my opinion, I think it's helpful to for any aspiring writers to be like, huh, maybe I should try to make something that isn't just preying on, like fucking modern events and status of people without any sort of like development of the idea, just kind of hitting them over the head with it like over and over again, Do exploring series next. Yeah, we can either switch to another creator if you guys want. We can listen to exploring series. I know someone keeps asking me to watch their Here Be Dragons one. But we've already listened to that on stream before in a different stream, so I don't really want to do that again. It's also really sad, so. Exploring series, please. Let's see. Yeah, Dr. Bob. Oh, you've done better than that one. Let's see. Exploring series. What are the animated ones for the Exploring series? Oh, SCP Explained is the other one that I know. The Exploring one is more like voiceovers. Depends if you guys want animations or if you want his voice is very nice though. Okay. We'll just try one of these. Let's do the Ikea one's good. Where the dragons went, we've already seen. The deer, I think we saw recently in an animated one. Obsolete laptop. I'll figure out what's going on in this game. Who's throwing shit at me? Hidden dwarves. We could learn about the Chaos Insurgency. You ever watch the SCP Confinement animated series? I don't know if I have. Yule Man, that one's fucked up. The Red Pool. Oh, Death. Builder Bear. Here, I'll see what you guys recommend. The animated series is pretty good. It's more of a show than it is anything else. Well, we'll watch one of these because everyone was asking for Exploring the Foundation. Then we'll watch the animated one. This Thing, A Quiet Madness Made, The Shy Guy, The Hanged King, The Old Man, Attempts to Assassinate Thought. These are all very dramatic. Anyone's a bit violent though? Okay. Hanged King's pretty wild. That one is 30 minutes though. When the Day Breaks is really good. And the day. That's like one. Wait, Daleport? Which one was Daleport? Is this the one that's like... Daleport might be interesting. What'd you guys recommend? Daybreaks is oof. Okay. All right, between Daleport, Hanged King, or Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. What the hell? God, you guys know a bunch more than I do. Flesh Pit? Everyone's saying they like Flesh Pit. We watch Flesh Pit.
It's too far away.
I have no idea what Flesh Pit is. It's not an SCP.
That ability is not ready.
Who, like, where's it from then? All right, we'll try the Hanged King because I don't know what that is.
The Hanged King. The SCP universe often wears its Lovecraftian influences on its sleeve, filled with cosmic horrors indifferent to humanity. Some of the references are perhaps more blatant than others, such as the Hanged King and its connection to The King in Yellow by Robert Chambers. The Hanged King is another mysterious alien entity in a universe that already has its fair share, but that doesn't make it less interesting. The Hanged King is not as widespread across the SCP Wiki as, say, the Scarlet King, as it's only featured in a few SCPs so far, so I'll go into as much detail as I can. The Hanged King was first introduced in SCP-701, nearly 10 years ago at this point. 701 is a Caroline-era revenge tragedy play titled The Hanged King's Tragedy, taking place across 5 acts. The first known publication of the play is dated 1640, with no known author, and no other information can be found about it. It was reprinted again by unknown individuals in 1733, 1790, 1813, 1965, and 1971, sometimes under different names, and sometimes it's been simply photocopied and passed around universities. Performances of SCP-701 cause an outbreak of psychotic and suicidal behavior in both performers and observers, in addition to other strange events, roughly 36.78% of the time. The majority of performances do not result in any anomalous behavior, but SCP-701 is nonetheless believed to be responsible for at least 10,000 and likely many more deaths since its original publication. In those cases where 701 affects the performance, the timeline of events generally follows a consistent pattern. 1 to 2 weeks before the opening night, cast members will begin to deviate from the published text during dress rehearsals.
So how do they keep doing this play?
These deviations will be less like improvisations and more like the performers are collectively working off of a different script. No one will be aware that anything has changed, believing that the play has run that way since the start. The actual event will occur either on opening night of the play or at whatever performance of the play will result in the greatest attendance. In the final scene of Act 1, a mysterious hooded individual will begin to appear on stage, usually in the background, and will sometimes seem to walk off stage, but will simply disappear before it goes backstage. None of the cast or crew will remark on the individual's presence.
Turn up a bit, yeah.
In Act 5 of the play, the event will culminate as the hooded individual is incorporated into the play. The cast will proceed to murder each other or commit suicide, sometimes with objects that
so
have
he's just kind of watching the background the entire time, and everyone's like, "This is cool."
Rioting will break out in the audience, leading to a bloodbath. If any audience members survive, they will likely leave the theater, but continue to commit random acts of violence. If they survive for 24 hours, their personalities will return to normal.
Oh, sick.
But many will be traumatized, and some rendered comatose.
That's okay.
So, we have some sort of mimetic play that makes people suicidally violent. But to learn more about the Hanged King himself, let's look at a summary of the contents of the play. The play seems to be set perhaps in 14th century Italy, but many aspects of the setting are clearly fantastical. The play begins after the death of a king, supposedly due to natural causes, and now his younger brother, who has married his brother's widow, is to be crowned. During the coronation, the drunk queen privately admits to some of her attendants that the king did not die in his sleep, but instead he was murdered by both herself and his brother.
Oh, you fool, queen. What the hell are you doing?
As a final show of disrespect, the deceased king was hanged from a tree like a common criminal. She also admits that a visiting minor noble is actually the son of the dead king, making him the rightful heir. The son, Antonio, later receives a visit from the ghost of the king.
Imagine fucking up that much.
Who confirms the queen's story.
Like
The new
admitting
king
to
finds
that
out
many
about the queen's
crimes.
drunken confession, and learns that 3 others heard it as well. A duke, the duke's daughter, and a priest. He proceeds to lock up the queen in a convent, claiming that she has gone mad, and begins to plan to deal with the 3 others. Meanwhile, Antonio begins to plot revenge against the current king and queen. The king has the duke killed, and his corpse placed in a stew, and has the duke's daughter also locked up in a convent. Antonio heads to the convent to kill the queen, who is warned of his coming, and plans to murder him using poison.
Of course.
Antonio sees through the plan and forces the queen to drink the poison instead, killing her.
Damn.
The king has received a powerful poison from the ambassador of Alagada, an unknown
Everyone's got
kingdom we'll
poison.
discuss more later, and plans to poison the stew he's made from the duke's corpse, feeding it to the court to cover up the truth. As the banquet begins, Antonio appears in the palace with a signed confession from the king's co-conspirator, providing details on the hanged king's murder and the cover-up, as well as proof on Antonio's lineage. The king is deposed, Antonio takes the throne, and all is well.
All is well.
This is the structure of the play as written, but when an SCP-701 event occurs, a number of deviations will appear in the performance. Most of the deviations revolve around the mysterious kingdom of Alagada, including nodding to the hooded individual as the ambassador of Alagada. More focus is put on the tribute the king owes Alagada, and in the one transcript we have of an event, the actor playing the king is hanged and eviscerated on stage. The actor playing Antonio then says, "With this, the tribute, in full it is paid. With this, fool's blood, it is the hanged king's." The king's throat is then slit, followed by the rest of the cast hanging themselves from ropes, as one of them says, "With this, our blood, it is the hanged king's." This is then followed by chaos amongst the audience. SCP-701 is clearly inspired by the book The King in Yellow by Robert Chambers, which in turn inspired H.P. Lovecraft and August Derleth, leading to the current connection between the King in Yellow and the Great Old One, Hastur, within the Cthulhu mythos.
What was that?
The King in Yellow features multiple short stories connected by a mysterious play that drives a reader mad, particularly if they are artistic. The play is a multi-act story involving a noble court in a faraway place, in this case an alien world, and the presence of a mysterious stranger visiting the court. At the climax of the play, during a masked ball, the stranger is told to remove his mask, when he reveals that he is not wearing one. The book reveals very little of the actual
That's
text
cool.
of the play, although other authors have attempted to recreate it, such as More Light by James Blish. In the original book, reading the play forces more of an obsessive madness over an individual than a violent rage, although later versions, such as in the Tatters of the King module for the Call of Cthulhu RPG, do feature something much closer to SCP-701's effect.
Not artistic.
That's all well and good, but we're really not much closer to figuring out what the Hanged King actually is, other than a subject of a cursed play. We're gonna have to look a little deeper then, specifically at SCP-2264, an extra-dimensional city called, as you might have guessed, Alagada. The entrance to Alagada, or at least one of the entrances, is an iron door in a hidden chamber beneath Martin Tower, part of the Tower of London.
So just to recap, make sure I understand. So the play, the Hanged King's play that makes everyone go insane involves, like, it's kind of Macbeth, but then at the end there's a like kingdom of Alagada that offers a present to the new king, and even though it's not written as such, whenever that happens in the play, the ambassador of Alagada leads to the king getting hanged and executed live on stage. The actors all hang themselves too, and then everyone in the audience goes insane. So It's like an alternate timeline. Yeah, it's like the extra dimensional kingdom of Alagata is like bleeding in through the script and causing mayhem for everyone listening. I think that's what it sounds like. So this is the portal to get to Alagata is in the Tower of London so far.
The only way to open this door is through an alchemical process, and it's believed that the door was created by Henry Percy, 9th Earl of Northumberland.
Why'd you do it?
Who was imprisoned in the Tower of London for many years due to suspicion that he knew about the gunpowder plot against King James I, but did nothing about it. He was also known as the Wizard Earl, partly due to his interest in scientific and alchemical experiments. SCP-2264 states that his journal discusses the 4 alchemical stages of the magnum opus, the process by which an alchemist would create a philosopher's stone, capable of turning base metals into gold or
Harry
silver.
Potter.
Apparently, the Foundation has a Department of Alchemical Studies, and after following the process outlined in the journal, they were able to open the door. Anyone who passes through the door into the realm of Alagata will find all of their belongings missing, and their clothing replaced with an outfit similar to those worn at masquerade
Wait,
balls.
that's sick?
Specifically those associated with the Carnival of Venice. Agents have reported that the outfits feel somewhat organic, describing it as chitinous, and although the clothes can be removed while inside of Alagata, for some reason the masks cannot be. The most common inhabitants of Alagata are described as roughly humanoid, and typically wear the same style of outfits. Alagata possesses a yellow sky, dotted with an indeterminate amount of black stars, corresponding to no known or hypothesized constellations. Again, this is likely a reference to a stanza in the King in Yellow play, reading, "Strange is the night where black stars rise, and strange moons circle through the skies, but stranger still is lost Carcosa." Buildings seem to have been carved from a single seamless material, utilizing impossible architecture, and inhabitants routinely break the laws of gravity, such as by climbing upside-down staircases. Black, white, yellow, and red are the only colors that are seen in Alagata, and the city is described as having the odor of dried flowers with a hint of mold, or something like the scent of old books.
That's cool.
Additionally, although the size of the city has been difficult to measure, it has been confirmed that the city is located on an island surrounded by a black ocean. Individuals visiting the city have trouble estimating time and space while inside of it, although those with a history of lucid dreaming have shown far greater self-control and attention to detail.
Interesting.
Apparently, it's easy for someone who enters to get addicted to the city, and most of those that do manage to make it out have trouble explaining what they experience. A Foundation doctor experienced with both hallucinogenics and lucid dreaming is sent in to properly examine the city. The other agents sent with him quickly succumb to the decadent pleasures that the city has to offer, but the doctor avoids this and soldiers on. He discovers that there is a universal translation of languages well within Alagata, as although the other agents hear everything in English, he hears in his native Spanish. Written words don't translate quite as easily, as it seems the native script of Alagata is quite alien, and there are some words that don't have an equivalent in human language. They also met with another foreign visitor and fellow scholar, the Wandsman of Colmanis, who informed him that the city was called Alagata, and it was located on the border of Neverment. The Wandsman wore a beaked mask and exquisite robes, and their hands were scaly with black talons. The Wandsman showed the doctor a scroll displaying a map of the multiverse, presented as layers and layers of endless spirals, which only served to give the doctor a migraine. The Wandsman went on to explain the power structure of Alagata, saying to avoid the powerful entities at all costs. The doctor, based on the descriptions, believes they could be quite dangerous reality benders. There are 4 masked lords that directly oversee Alagada. The Black Lord, wearer of the Anguished Mask, the White Lord, wearer of the Diligent Mask, the Yellow Lord, wearer of the Odious Mask, and the Red Lord, wearer of the Mirthful Mask. Each is said to be terrible, although the Black Lord was the victim of a political struggle some time ago, and was exiled to a dreadful dimensional backwater. This backwater is, of course, our dimension, and the Lord is now contained by the Foundation.
I was gonna ask.
SCP-035.
It's that guy.
The Wandsman goes on to say that the 4 lords serve as advisors to the king of Alagada, and most visitors come to the city seeking a boon from the king. The Wandsman spoke very little of the king, and also suggested the doctor avoid the ambassador of Alagada as well. The doctor later makes a second trip into the city, hoping to find the Wandsman again, searching the massive palace library for him. They eventually find him, but the Wandsman informs them that the ambassador will soon return after visiting the city of Aditum, which he describes as a terrible city filled with equally terrible people. Aditum was the Davite city-state that was overthrown by the first
This place just
Sarkites,
sounds like it sucks.
and is generally regarded as a holy kingdom for them. The
Oopsie.
Wandsman mentions that it is said that the Grand Karcist of Aditum serves an elder being that could rival even the hanged king of Alagada, which would be Yaldabaoth. Changing the subject, the Wandsman describes himself as a scholar and walker of the astral plane, a sailor of the celestial sea, and a spelunker of the planar deep. He admits that there is something strange about the doctor's aura, but he has encountered others with similar auras. He mentions the deathless merchants of London, driven by greed and black ambition, which would be Marshall, Carter, and Dark. Also, there was a stranger in a strange land, smelling of fear, that looked as if they didn't know where they were, and vanished just as suddenly as they had appeared. This would be the Foundation's own Dimension Hopper, SCP-507.
Oh, that guy. I remember him.
It seems also that other Sarkites made their way to Alagada, reeking of decay and embryonic fluid. At this point, the ambassador returns, and the Wandsman suggests the doctor flees immediately back home. The O5 Council votes to send in a mobile task force, Psi-9 Abyss Gazers, in order to find the ambassador and the king, and determine the level of threat they represented to humanity. 12 agents were sent in, and 1 returned alive.
Oh.
We're given a transcript of an interview with the survivor, who was in critical condition upon return. The agent begins by saying how remarkable the city was, words failing to do it justice. The MTF had no info about what their targets looked like or how to locate them, and so they began by finding the palace. The agents described their trek through the city as blurry, with everything following a sort of dream logic. The details were hard to focus on, even at the time, but they noted a number of individuals engaging in sexual pleasures, many of them being natives. He said their skin was like porcelain, but the more you focused on them, the less human they seemed, some with too many limbs, and some with too few.
Huh.
One of the agents had to be pulled away from a native, who was described as having curves in all the right places, making it easy to ignore the tentacles.
Oh, it's very
Wandering
Slaneshi.
the labyrinthine palace, they spent most of their time descending stairs, and just as they thought they had reached the bottom, they were outside again, looking at the palace in the distance. The difference was that everything was dark now, drained of color in a hazy gray twilight. The streets were now empty, and the city looked ruined. They re-entered the palace, and began to hear whispers inside of their heads, in a language they had never heard before. They then encountered the ambassador, an entity with no face, with what looked like a skin-tight outfit and high heels.
Ooh.
but this was actually its body.
Oh.
The agent says that it stood so damn proud, radiating arrogance. And even though the agent couldn't understand what it was saying, he could tell that it was narcissistic. It proceeded to laugh as the agents were forced to savagely harm their own bodies for its amusement, breaking their bones and rupturing their organs.
Okay.
They screamed the entire time, begging for mercy, but no sound left their lips. It seems the ambassador sent back one survivor in order to send a message. The agent was taken to the throne of the Hanged King, and I'll take the time to read what he saw verbatim. There I saw the king. It was anchored in place, hollowed bonds around its corpse-like hands and throat, its face hidden beneath a veil. Impish creatures crawled all over it, caressing its twitching body as if intending comfort, while others pulled the tethers even tighter. The king trembled and quivered, and I saw pale tendrils slither in and out of its tattered robes. I looked on as the veil was lifted. The agent stops to beg the interviewer to kill him, because he can't live with what he's done. But the interviewer just asks him to say what he saw under the veil. The agent says, "A god-shaped hole. The barren desolation of a fallen and failed creation. You see the light of long-dead stars. Your existence is nothing but an echo of a dying god's screams. The unseen converges, surrounds you, and it tightens like a noose." The agent's request for termination was denied.
Yeah, actually,
his arms
genuinely,
and legs
yes.
had to be amputated due to damage. He's currently on life support, being interrogated and monitored due to his contact with the ambassador and the king. An unsent letter was found among Henry Percy's notes that was addressed to Christopher Marlowe, famed poet and playwright. It seems that Henry and Christopher had visited Alagata, and Christopher was influenced by the ambassador to write a cursed play about the Hanged King.
Oh, shit.
SCP-701. Henry urges Christopher in the letter to burn the accursed play, but Christopher was murdered before the letter could be sent.
Aww.
Well, we certainly have some more information now. The Hanged King is an eldritch...
I'm so lost right now. Wait, let's let him do his summary, and then I'll try to summarize it for people that may be confused or just tuning in.
...entity that is apparently on the same level as Yaldabaoth, and rules over an extra-dimensional city, accessible by an unknown amount of other dimensions. It would seem, though, that the Hanged King is bound to his throne, and the active rulers of Alagata are the Ambassador and the 4 masked lords. The Ambassador influences artistic people into creating material about the Hanged King, spreading his influence, just like the King in Yellow. To learn more about the Hanged King's backstory, we'll have to look to a tale titled, "And So the Crows Laughed."
So, yeah, for those that are tuning in or are confused about the subject of this one, this is a SCP that's, you know, inspired by Lovecraftian lore and apparently a book called The King in Yellow, which came before Lovecraft even. And it's like, so there's this realm or kind of kingdom that exists in this alternate reality kind of dimension that's accessible from a portal in the Tower of London. You go into the portal, it's like this kind of fucking sexy, kind of wild, tentacle, exotic place that doesn't make sense in Newtonian physics. And then, yeah, like a sexy demon carnival, yeah. And then people usually go insane at that point, but if you manage to get past that, then the king of this land is called the Hanged King, and he's like this kind of twitchy, like wrapped kind of individual that if you look beneath the wrappings, it's described as seeing a hole in the shape of a god. So like the absence of, or the, you know, the void of ultimate power, and that being like its own entity, you know? And so this freaking guy from, you know, the olden days goes in there and he's like, yo, this place kind of rocks. I'm gonna write a play about it because it's so cool here. And then that play becomes this cursed play that causes anyone performing it to kill themselves and all the audience attending to go insane and go on a rampage. So that's where we're at so far. And we're gonna see what comes next.
While there's no canon in the SCP universe, this tale presents a unique and interesting take on the creation of such a terrible entity. The tale presents a kingdom under revolt, the peasants storming the palace and dragging the king out into the streets. They placed heavy rusted chains around him and covered him in rags, breaking his bones in the process. His followers and servants were butchered, the court jester beheaded as his mask lay broken on the ground. The palace was looted of all of its treasure by the raging mob, but the wiser men of the city, the scholars and artists, fled the kingdom instead, knowing what the things in the palace dungeon meant. They knew that the king did more than just torture out of corruption and indulgence, but he followed something much darker, something that shouldn't be remembered. The tomes and symbols reminded them of the ancient gods of the abyss, and it was clear to them that the king sacrificed not just his own soul, but the souls of those around him. A lion, once the king's pet, was now just a skeleton covered in carvings that they could not unsee, and the king's soldiers fell easily to the mob, because it was as if something had sucked the life out of them over the years. Meanwhile, the mob cheers in delight as the king is dragged through the streets on broken knees, mumbling unholy words through his broken jaw. The king is taken to a hill where an old tree stood, so that they could hang him like a common criminal, nameless and forgotten. They cursed and spat at him, but no one would dare look in his eyes, trying to hide the unsettling feeling in their hearts and minds as the filthy king continues to mumble things that they did not want to hear. As the king was hanged, heavy chains still around his body, he spoke inhuman words that came from dark places, and then laughed until his final breath. The cheering died down, and the people, not wishing to gaze upon the hanged king for a second more, fled the hill quickly, as it seemed as if his laughter still echoed. Crows eventually came to the hill, circling around the hanged king, laughing all the while. The people had intended to leave the king there until his body decayed, but the lifeless look of the king was so resentful and disgusting that everyone wanted to bury him beneath the earth. They buried him as shallow as they could, for no one wanted to stay long enough to dig a deeper hole.
They really hated this.
And they went back to their lives, hoping to forget what they had witnessed. On the first day, a homeless man reported hearing strange noises coming from the hill, and crows had gathered around the king's grave. He was dismissed as a madman. On the second day, many residents of the city found themselves ill, coughing, bleeding, and trembling on the floor as if they were bound by heavy, rusted chains.
Oh boy, here we go.
The river that flowed through the city ran red, smelling of blood, and many died. Those that survived to the third day found themselves able to move again, but they were caught in a madness, slicing their own throats or ripping their faces off.
Ugh.
Blood streamed out of houses, and all the animals except for the crows fled the city, the crows silently watching the madness. The crows on the hilltop laughed as the hanged king rustled in his grave and climbed out, chains still around him, and the rope around his neck. He had bargained the souls of his people to avoid the path of death, and he made his way back to his palace. He made his way into his dungeon, where he stepped up to a throne covered in sharp, rusted spikes. The king sat on the throne, the spikes impaling his dead body and his soul. This was his rightful throne, but he was there to suffer forever. The palace began to shake, the city trembled, and the skeleton of the lion stood up and roared. The city turned inside out, along with everything inside of it, bending space and time. The city and its inhabitants were now in another place, transformed and remade into something twisted and inhuman. The dead jester, wearing his broken mask, approached the king with a silver cup filled with blood. He offered the cup to the king, speaking words that weren't quite his, saying, "With this, our blood, it is the Hanged King's." The king's hand was too weak to hold the cup, however, and it shattered on the floor. The crows laughed with their harsh voices and left the city as the dead stood up again, putting on masks to cover their ripped faces.
Ooh.
The people began to cheer, parading through the city and starting a carnival, laughing as the king silently screamed. And so the city is ruled forever by the Hanged King, while the masked dead celebrate and parade until they rot. Those that had fled the city, the scholars and artists, did not find peace, however. They were haunted both in waking moments and in dreams, with whispers from the twisted city. They were given visions of the Hanged King's court and his cursed city, and the thoughts took root in their minds. They would go on to write dramas and poems, composing songs or paintings of what they had seen, and those that would view them would come within the Hanged King's reach.
I like that concept.
If we accept this tale, then, the Hanged King was not a primordial entity of eldritch horror, but was instead just a king. We don't know where this kingdom was located, or whether it was our Earth or another version of Earth, but the king's dealings with some sort of dark gods eventually created the extra-dimensional city of Alagada. The tale doesn't really discuss the nature of the ambassador, but masks are clearly important, and it's possible that the jester is one of the four lords. Perhaps the ambassador plays a similar role to the modern take on the King in Yellow, a physical avatar of the great old one Hastur that can operate where Hastur cannot go. Alternatively, perhaps the Hanged King is indeed nothing more than a prisoner, and the ambassador is the only godlike power that rules Alagada. Perhaps the Hanged King ushered forth a god, leaving him as nothing more than a god-shaped hole.
Ooh, I like that.
Ultimately, we're again left with far more questions than answers, and although there are other tales that go into a bit further detail on Alagada and the Hanged King, I think it's best if I leave off here. The homages to the King in Yellow, Hastur, and
Hanged
Carcosa
King was also very
are all
hung,
pretty
fun
clear
fact.
in SCP-701, the Hanged King, and Alagada, respectively, but they make interesting additions to the SCP universe. There's far less material on the Hanged King compared to similar entities such as the Scarlet King, but time will tell if SCP writers can mold a truly great story out of the shackled god.
Cool. That was a neat one. I liked the connection to the mask SCP that is in a lot of the games. I like the little masquerade mask guy. He's cool. All right, so what do you guys want to watch now? Confinement, or another animated one? Confinement's animated, isn't it? Airport. Broken Masquerade. Is that another Hanged King one? What is the theme of Daleport? Or is that a spoiler? Confinement Episode 1. Confinement Episode 1. Oh, I have seen this. How many episodes are there? I feel like I've only seen the first one. It's from 2017. Yo, what up, Sci-Fi?
Walk in, ask questions, get out. Walk in, ask questions, get out. Walk in, ask questions, get out. Get out.
Mr. Connor,
Jesus!
remember to speak clearly and precisely to the subject. This one can be very difficult to talk to.
Excuse me. Excuse me, Mr. Ferdinand.
I beg your pardon. I didn't smell you in here. Quite unusual of me, I have to say. I must be coming down with the flu. Well, do take a seat. I'll fetch us some tea.
Alright, cool.
I was
Nice.
just speaking to the Duke of the Highlands about a wonderful new... Or was it the Duchess? Their resemblance is uncanny. I trust you don't speak a word of this to either of them on your way out. Her demeanor is as hairy as her upper lip. Apparently, the Duke's uncle passed away in a terrible swan attack. Tragic, really. He was relentless at badminton. I say, do you partake in the thwacking of the shuttlecock yourself?
Actually, I'm just here to ask you some questions.
Ah. Well, of course you are. Why else would you be here?
He's got elephant hands.
So, question
It's
one.
all any of you fleshy homunculi do these days, eh? Popping into my bloody room and asking me bloody questions, not to have tea or play an honest game of badminton. No, we're all above that. We're all too busy for badminton.
What the fuck is badminton?
What do you mean you don't know what badminton is? I'm with you, Ferdinand.
Mr.
Although, I cannot blame you for wanting to avoid this room. Not a single man has walked into my cell without losing his head. Did you know that?
Well, what do you mean? Asshole! Oh.
I say, you're not an average chap like the rest of them, are you?
Not technically, no.
You're an abnormality. An SCP like us. You belong here with us.
No. I do not belong here with you. I am not a human atom bomb. I'm not a rapidly evolving virus. And I'm not a Shakespearean cannibal. I work for them.
I've no doubt in my mind of your pathetically feeble and fragile nature, but are you allowed to leave any time you wish?
Dude, you've asked like 5 questions and I haven't even asked one. Can I just...
Just one more. Just one more.
Oh my god.
Does that hurt?
Yes! That hurts! Stop it!
We're going nowhere. Stop the test.
Wow, I haven't gotten the lamp.
Mr. Connor, please exit the containment cell.
I'm out. I don't want to be here when these bodies start voiding their bowels. Fuck you, Mr. Ferdinand. Hey.
Hey,
How'd the test go?
Not great, but not as bad as the black hole demon.
he's still better than that guy that eats memories. Mind freaks are the worst.
Wait, there's a guy who eats memories?
There is?
I'm gonna hit the hay a little early tonight, guys.
Cool.
Alright, man, no prob.
Hey, we're not freaks, are we?
What?
Aww. Corn Man! That was good. That was pretty good. Do we watch more of those? Is the violence too much in these? I don't know if this is it's okay to watch, or if I should find something no less. I mean, it's a show. Yeah, it's like they're episodes. Series only gets better. Yeah, there's apparently 8 episodes. Each one like 5 minutes. You can get through it. Lord Bung is his channel's name. Cartoon violence? Yeah, it pretty much is just cartoon violence, so. As long as it's cartoon violence, I believe it's okay. As long as there's no nudity. I like the fish man and the corn.
See,
Corn
what
guy.
people don't understand really about corn is that you don't just grow corn. You grow with corn. Now, as a corn farmer, or as some people like to call me, shepherd of the shuck.
Nobody calls you that.
Mr. Connor, Dr. Mueller needs a test dummy in the Biohazard Center.
Oh, thank God.
No, wait, don't leave me! Yeah, see, you got a Diet Coke there. You know, that has a lot of corn syrup.
Ah, yes, hello. I'm Dr. Mueller, and this is Dr. Mulligan. We're botanists from the Biohazard Center of Fungal Study. Now, due to an incident with the fly traps from Venus, the botany wing's a little short on test subjects, so we do apologize for any inconvenience.
It's cool.
This is Dr. Powers, our on-site shrink, and your temporary psychologist.
Love
Well,
interest?
what happened to my psychologist? Is he still trapped in the nightmare dimension?
I think you mean the night terror dimension.
It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Cornwall.
Oh, it's Connor. God, don't talk to me about corn right now.
Connor, sorry. Well, I'm here if you needed to talk, formally or casually, and I promise I won't be too invasive as long as you promise that you're not secretly a telepathic wizard trying to steal my body.
Okay.
This way, Mr. Connor.
I'm gonna get something to drink.
Yeah, get a beer and forget that ever happened, right? Holy shit.
Who said that?
The outcome of these tests vary among individuals, but not once have we experimented on someone with regenerative immortality.
Just so you know, it's very likely that you will die at least once listening to the song.
So, what is it, Ed Sheeran?
We can't hear you, but I'm sure that response was well funny.
And we'll be starting the music in 3, 2, 1. It's a fine day, people open windows, they leave their houses just for a short while. They walk by the grass and they look at the grass, they look at the sky. It's going to be a fine night tonight, it's going to be a fine day tomorrow. People open windows, they leave their houses just for a short while. They walk by the grass and they look at the grass, they look at the sky. It's going to
Christ, I hope this isn't permanent.
That's interesting.
You're doing great, Connor.
if you got
Wow, that's all
ads, you
me?
were still alive. If you
That's some
didn't,
bullshit
sorry,
right
you're on
here.
the way out.
You'll begin to notice various types of fauna evolving from your original corpse. They'll be attracted to the music, so don't let them break the speaker.
Oh. Shit, we got beats.
What the fuck is that?
God, stay the hell away from me.
Unlucky?
Unlucky.
You won't have my babies. Okay, you can have one baby. No, 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 no.
This is new. There's a containment breach. We need to shut down all the facilities.
No!
Oh dear.
Oh no!
Stop. Listen. I'm not some tree deity or forest spirit or whatever you think I am. I'm just a guy who was also a tree who couldn't be killed.
Oh god.
Nah, man, you got this. Are we actually doing this? Are we actually leaving? I'm getting out.
No!
So, you claim the humanoid entity invaded your mind and convinced you that you wanted to escape the facility.
Is that so hard to believe?
Well...
Come on. There's a giant slug downstairs that transforms into your greatest sexual desire, but this is too much.
Wait, it transforms?
What?
What?
Has it been 30 minutes yet?
Connor, you can tell me if you wanted to escape. I don't have to write it down. This facility is pretty grim and dark, and they put you through a lot of horrible tests. If you're feeling like, yo, fuck this, and fantasize about escaping, then you can tell me.
I guess I'm pretty meh about it.
Well, it's a start.
Okay, this is well animated. I think they did a great job. Man, what a great exit. Great end of the episode. Let's keep watching. How long is this? I think there's 8 episodes and we're on 3 right now.
Wait. Shit. 52 steps west of the Great Barnyard.
Yes, you've done it! My favorite clipboard! He found you, girl! He found you. Sorry about all the trouble, Connor. Asshats upstairs told me that sending a task force into 093 to retrieve a lowly doctor's clipboard was a waste of time and resources. Fucking bureaucrats. What do they know about hard work?
Say, can I get a drink?
Alcohol at 3 in the afternoon? What do I look like to you? Some stuck-up bureaucratic asswipe sipping champagne from my ivory tower? It was just a clipboard, man. Get off your fucking high horse.
I was thinking more like water.
Oh. Well, I only have champagne, but you can't have any. You've got another test in 10 minutes.
The writing's good too.
I thought this was the last one for today.
You have to see a Mr. Pierce at the robotics center. Sorry, kid, I don't make the rules. Fucking bureaucrats do. Better get a move on.
A little robot. I know that one.
Her insatiable appetite for porcelain trinkets has just been apprehended after using a teapot to murder Patterson Balmer, the owner of the 3rd floor 99-cent store. Yes, this is the first documented case of a knick-knack paddywhack. For God's sake.
Ah, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Mr. Pierce from the Department of Internal Negotiations Guild and Unanimous Settlements, or Dingus for short. Follow me, Mr. Connor. There's not a moment to waste. Hey, fellas, I'm back. This is Mr. Connor, the gentleman with regenerative immortality. He's the one that turned into a log during that double breach last week.
No way. Dude, no way.
Yeah, Wei.
Connor, what do you know about the Anderson Robotics Company?
They're probably blacklisted from the internet cafe, so not much.
Well, it's a very secretive organization that builds machines with anomalous and unusual properties. They have support from very powerful people in laboratories all over the US, China, and that country next to Sweden.
Do you know Wei?
That's the one. There's a fella in there from the company that refuses to speak with us unless we have an immortal being present. Weird, I know. My guess is that he wants to bargain in one way or another. That's why I'm here. So whatever you do, don't say a word. Open the door, fellas. How are you feeling today, 1360?
I am well. I presume you wish to discuss the bargain.
If you feel like it.
Confirmed. I desire to obtain the likeness and abilities of this individual, Mr. Connor. A perfect organism with remarkable durability and physique.
Well, thank you.
Personally, I'd make improvements to hygiene standards, but that's just me. In return, I can give you 6 terabytes of priceless information from the Anderson Robotics Company, including their schematics, partnerships, and future plans.
I see. Now, hypothetically, if you were to essentially become a Connor 2.0, there's a bit of robot slang for you, you would still be classified as SCP and kept here against your will. Do you understand that?
Absolutely. I am counting on it. I simply wish to experience the sensation of life without the burden of death. In the laboratories, I am reduced to a sliver of meaningless tasks and trials, haunted with sudden and daily intervals of endless darkness.
Okie dokie. Connor, what are your thoughts?
I wasn't paying attention.
Nice. Okay, 1360, that's a mighty fine offer, but I do see 1 or 2 problems with it.
Elaborate.
We have no idea how to extract Connor's anomalous ability from his body to put into a surrogate body for you. We can, however, give you a normal human surrogate. We've got loads of corpses here.
It's true.
I think you misunderstand. I desire to be able to inhabit Connor's current body and have complete access to his brain and nervous system while his consciousness remains suppressed.
Excuse me?
Well, now you see, that complicates things a bit.
How so?
How so?
Connor is valuable to the Foundation.
That's right! Damn.
Besides, we happen to know that when an Anderson Robotics product is sold, it has its memory completely wiped. Thought you could outsmart the biggest dingus in the room? So what top secret information could you possibly have given us anyhow?
Are you insisting that I am dishonest?
No, just he is.
I anticipated the memory wipe, which is why I saved it on an external drive. Perhaps this will change your mind.
Sorry, buddy, I'm not for sale.
Connor, let me do the talking. I'll take a look at this to make sure it's legitimate.
Mr. Pierce, you're considering this?
Now, Connor, I'm just taking a gander. Won't be 2 seconds.
The difference between you and I, Connor, is that I was able to escape my captors. You should be grateful for this offer.
Yeah, no, not really.
You're never going to leave this laboratory, Connor. I am offering the only escape you could ever hope to achieve.
Do no way.
Bad touch.
Stop,
Bad touch.
Stop moving.
I don't understand. Mr. Connor.
Unit 031, the prodigal son.
Mr. Anderson.
This is not where you belong. You cannot hide from us here, or there, or anywhere. I will give you one last chance to surrender and return to the laboratory.
Huh?
That's a shame.
Okay.
Dear Connor, ever since the Foundation uploaded me into a personal computer, I finally had the opportunity to explore the memories Anderson suppressed. My name in life was Ian, and I suppose still is.
Ian.
I can now convert some of my human memories into audio files to listen to, and each one generates even more memories. I would again like to apologize for trying to kill you that one time. Yours truly, Ian.
Aww.
Dear Ian, that name suits you. I'm glad you're discovering more about
Oh, they're
yourself
pen
every
pals.
day. Maybe one day they can find out who you were and slide you back into your old life. Unless it sucked, then you can just chill through it. And about the whole murdering thing, it's cool. It happens a lot. Being in prison does suck, but you certainly get to meet some interesting people here. Yours truly, Connor. Is interesting spelt with an E or an A? Dude, no way.
Wait, Volgan was in that? Was he playing the Robo, or was he the Mr. Anderson guy? Let me see. Which one is it? I'm muting it for the music. Oh, I didn't say. Shoot. He was a security guard. Wait, I feel like he mentioned being in this recently. Not recently, but when I did the interview with him, like, however long ago that was. 2 years ago? Was that when it came out? No, it was before this, I guess. I feel like we talked about this, though. I remember him mentioning doing voice acting for this.
And I don't know who that was or why I have that dream so often.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I remember one dream I
What?
had where Bigfoot could talk and his entire species used to rule over us. And now they want to take over the world again.
That's dumb.
That's the weirdest looking blunt
not
I've ever
the
seen.
fattest blunt you've ever smoked?
This is
true.
the only blunt I have ever smoked, and
It is the
all my
fattest.
past lives are feeling it.
You know,
Huge
I
joints.
heard a guy inhaled one of these so hard, he swallowed the joint and temporarily jumped into another dimension. What's the matter, Connor? I thought that'd make you laugh.
Do you know what that means? My dream.
That's a little too Freudian for my taste, Connor.
Well, I'm not a Freud of anything.
Oof, oh, wow. That one hurt. The boy is you, and the priest is the Foundation. There, boom.
Too obvious.
You've been here since you were 3, right? What else did you ever have to worry
Yes.
about other than being hacked, slashed, and drawn in quarters for 19 years?
I don't know. The day the Foundation told me that I had a mom, that kind of bummed me out for a while. Then I got over it when I started masturbating.
Ew.
Those two things aren't connected.
Mr. Connor, report to General Marcus in Psych Wing, Sector 5 immediately.
Oh my god, he's going to kill me. Probably twice if I'm late. Bye, Nat. Love you.
You're late, Connor.
Sorry, sir.
When did
What's
this
the
happen?
matter with your eyes, boy?
I was up all night reading. Sir, read.
Oh, he's about to die. Isn't she like his psychiatrist or something? Or like appointed therapist? When did they start dating? And then smoking the J? Unprofessional. I know, I'm gonna report it. That's not okay. Don't worry about it. I mean, I'm worried for him, dude. This guy's got it rough. Can he go through heartbreak as well as all the fucking murders? Let them be cute, Madge. All right. Let's just go on, you know, perpetuating the stereotype of you know, dating the people that any woman that's able to, you know, be a source of talking to as a therapist and forming unhealthy attachments to Professional therapy professionals. Mic drop. Okay, back to the thing.
Reading what?
Words, sir.
At ease, soldier. Now I'm about to brief you on your mission. If you choose to accept it, not that it matters,
Why do you
since you
sound
have
like
no
Rick?
choice.
What are you talking about?
Really like making that joke, sir.
The next 24 hours of your life will be unforgiving. It will involve traveling across national borders and making contact with a previously unknown hostile entity. And furthermore, you are 1/4 Eskimo on your mother's side, correct?
I don't know.
Well, according to the DNA swab you took 4 weeks ago, you share ancestry with the Eskimo people of Nunavik, Canada. This is crucial to the mission.
Oh, well, I guess so, sir. But I think they prefer being called Inuits, not Eskimos.
Oh, you're only a quarter, get over it. We head out in 10 minutes.
There's a road I'd like to tell you about. Lives in my hometown. Lakeshore Drive, the road is
Must be a great view out there, sir.
Oh, it is, Mr. Connor. That mountain looked like a breast, doesn't it, Lieutenant?
Sure does.
It's to protect normalcy, soldier. What if the van crashes and people see your regenerative ability?
They already believe in ghosts, aliens, and resurrecting Jews, sir.
We can't hide them all, Connor. We can't hide them all.
We can't hide them all. Wait, why are you guys looking at that?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know, it's pretty miserable. Dr. Marlowe's in there. Oh, and he's currently possessed by a ventriloquist dummy. It's a little jarring, but Marlowe's the best marine biologist in North America, so we can't afford to fire or kill him. Good luck, soldier.
Hey, is this the right place?
Whoa, hey there, guy. I'm Dr. Marlowe, and this is my lab assistant, Dinkelman. You must be the test dummy from the States. Oh, sorry, mind my wording. Look at me calling you the dummy, right? I know this is a little odd to look at, a little unusual. There's some water on the floor, the bookshelves unorganized, there's a human arm up my rectum, but trust me, we are professionals and this is a serious research facility. Come this way, friend.
Okay.
This is SCP-1836. It's an iceberg accompanied by several previously extinct species of hostile aquatic predators supernaturally piloted by a female of Inuit descent. She seems to really enjoy sinking vessels and feeding their occupants to her porpoise friends. The only people who ever survive these attacks are sailors and fishermen of Inuit descent, like yourself. We're going to need you to make proper contact with her. Sing her a song. She might get Inuit.
Oh. Okay.
Kinauvi, Kina, Tukisivinya.
Excuse me?
But you are Inuk, like me.
A quarter, yeah, but I don't speak it.
Are you a spirit?
Psh, I don't know. I was sent here to ask questions, like, what's the deal with the ethnic cleansing?
It's not ethnic cleansing. They do not ask for permission to hunt. Now I ask.
Oh, okay.
What are you doing here?
Oh boy. Well, there's this foundation of people who like to capture and learn about things that fall out of the norm,
And you're one of them?
God, you're worse than Ferdinand. Yes, but I also work with them.
You are submitting to their demands like a sled dog?
I prefer the term lab rat. Wait, no, I don't. It doesn't matter. Point is, I have no choice. This is all I can do. The sooner you can answer my questions, the sooner I can leave you alone to look for your fingers. Okay, I forgot the questions. What are you doing here? That's a good one.
I was escaping from my father. He wanted me to marry a man named Aguta. This man looked just like you. Very handsome.
Bit weird, but thanks.
But I did not want to marry. I did not want to do many things my father said. My father discovered that Aguta was an evil spirit.
Oh.
We rowed away to escape him, but I fell into the ocean.
That's a deal breaker.
When I clung to the side of the boat, my father cut my fingers off.
Why?
Ouch. Guess he really hated spirits. I mean, he must have known you'd become this iceberg whale goddess, right?
The last thing he would do was give me my freedom. It was my will that kept me alive all of these years.
My parents were underprotective of me. And by that I mean they weren't there. Foundation told me that my mother abandoned me in an empty parking lot. No note or whatever. Just left me there in the back seat of an old car, roasting away. Some poor old lady found a car full of dead babies one afternoon, and that's when the Foundation got me. From what I've learned about my cellmates and feel-good Lifetime dramas, the ultimate goal of a parent is to keep their child safe and happy, even if they're dicks about it.
Could you comb my hair?
Aww.
You got a comb?
Yeah, his funeral was okay. Not the best one I've been to this month. No, he's the guy that confused 173 for 096.
How the fuck do you have a signal up here, Philip?
Look, something's coming.
Just a bird, not even a cool one like an ostrich.
Well, I've got nothing better to do.
Don't waste your ammo, Lieutenant.
Careful, Gary, it might have a sharp beak. Go on, get. Oh no! Somebody pull that thing off me! Get off me! Help!
Connor. That sounds like a woman's name. Ow!
Aitak, Sana?
You almost pronounced it correctly. I have never met another orphan before.
Aww.
Khanipit Sana. Takuna Khanakani.
Akaavani.
Sana.
I want to be alone. I'm not your wife anymore.
I did not come here for that. We have left you alone for thousands of years. You will be dead soon. You cannot deny that. And when that hour comes, your father has asked me to take you to him in the afterlife.
So he could control me there too?
So he could tell you how proud he is of you.
He cut off my fingers.
Yeah, well, dads be like that. He knew that you had a will strong enough to defy death itself.
Yeah, sure.
Unlike him. He needs you. You don't have to answer his call, but...
Take me to him.
Lee.
Now what? No, they killed all the fish.
About stars, girl. But last night I looked up into the dark half of the blue, and they gone backwards. Something in your magnetism must have pissed them off, forcing them to.
Oh yeah, this is Arctic Monkeys. Oh, turn it down a little bit, man. Maybe I'll just talk over it when it's over. Yeah, this was a sad episode. Go back to the nice stuff. Go back to the funny one. Go back to funny. When's it get funny again? Audio jungle. Audio jungle. Audio jungle. Back to funny gore, please. Back to funny smoking the J. Alright, the swordsman. Oh god. I know what this one is. So I'm so close to hitting fucking 80. My ass is sore from sitting down playing this shitty game. I want, please let me hit 80 so I can stop. Ask King Jokum to allow for...
Let me hunt, let me cry, just let me be alive. Let me run, let me ride, please let me go outside. Let me hunt, let me cry, just let me be alive. 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 Let me be alive.
What the f?
Okay, I'm sorry. Can someone summarize what just happened? I was not paying attention for the first minute. I'll be honest. I missed that whole intro. He said he's a double D class. There was a revolution. MTFs got murdered. The blue people rebelled. Okay. Okay, what do you want now? Freaking Snormy? Snorri? Ride Snorri. What do I do with Snorri? Fire Snowdrift. Oh god. What? I love vehicle quests. Every quest out here is a fucking vehicle quest. Hold on, I need to read enough to know what I'm doing, and we'll play more of the video. Seething Revenants. Alright, so I gotta kill these fuckers. What, with the snow?
That spell isn't ready yet.
Okay.
I can't cast that yet.
And I gotta wait, apparently, to pick up the snow again. Great.
It appears the community has constructed a wall, sir.
I know a damn well when I see one, Lieutenant. Go get the site manager on the phone.
Yes, sir. And you don't have to yell.
How many did we lose in there, Sergeant?
Staff count: 6 killed, 22 injured, and 9 missing. Presumed hostages, sir.
Hostages. I was afraid you'd say that. This drops Trojan horse with a nuke down to Plan B. This is Marcus. We're going to need a less catastrophic strategy. The men here are getting uneasy.
Oh no!
Bureaucracy is dead and we killed it. Now the people have control.
Dr. Wilson, get the f down here.
Okay.
Fucking Dr. Wilson again.
Looks like you're gonna have to take out a loan. Roll for initiative.
Hey Connor, how's my pizza restaurant
D&D.
going? Sorry.
Wait, what time is it?
About 20 past 3.
Shit, gotta go, guys. Ruby's the GM for now.
Mwah. Hey, dude, partner. How's it been?
Torture. How about you, girl buddy?
Trauma counseling for cockroach people again. Oh, but good news. I've
Girl
been doing
buddy.
research on the contents of your dreams, and I think I'm coming close to what might be the source of your anomalous power.
Unprofessional!
Oh, cool.
Connor, don't make me use my psychology powers to make you tell the truth.
Unprofessional!
But now, you know? For now, let's just pretend I'm normal.
Aw, babe, there's absolutely nothing special about you.
Thank you.
Ghost swords, demon swords, sentient swords. Ah, here it is. SCP-2200, the blade that takes souls.
Well, that doesn't sound fun.
There's nothing fun about toppling regimes, Connor. Not anymore. You'll be fine.
Miss Hilda, I don't think this plan
In
is...
short, this SCP is a sentient sword that chooses a host. At the moment, the designated wielder is a 27-year-old man named Lou Francis Patterson.
Good lord.
Don't let that face intimidate you. The sword is bound to his mind, and when he kills an individual with it, he sends their soul to a town in the Midwest called Salzburg. Or, as they now like to call it, the autocratic state of Salzburg.
Go deep in the ASS and pull out the staff. Got it.
Gross. Any more questions?
How do I respawn after the mission? Because I don't want to be stuck looking like an Academy Award.
Once you walk 50 kilometers away from the center of the slum, your soul will leave your body.
And I'll be back to normal.
Most likely. We don't know how powerful this entity is, so there's a small chance your soul will... Who knows? I'll have to read some astral documents and find the arcane weapon documents and the binder of the relic documents. God damn, we love documents in here.
Who's that, friend?
Hello, Connor. I bet you're wondering how I know your name.
Oh, I was just going to assume she told you.
You are mistaken. The sword told me. Still not impressed? The sword also told me about your plan to destabilize my eternal kingdom, my paradise, my destiny. I cannot let this happen.
Okay, you're bragging about being all-knowing from the inside of a prison cell. You know that, right?
Me with Frostmourne.
Studied a means of escape.
Oh my god, you're right. It is gonna be Lawman,
What?
dude.
No. Nobody's trying to escape here. Hey, mission failed. Can we go now?
A dangerously short temper is a common trait among all previous sword wielders. Use that to your advantage.
Ah.
If you don't, then I'll have the site manager confiscate your weed.
Oh.
Well, looks like we're gonna be here for a long time.
It would seem that way.
Or at least for me, since I'm immortal, you know?
Yep.
But not like your off-brand slumdog purgatory bullshit. I mean like real immortality.
I know what you're trying to do. It isn't going to work.
Yeah, I know you know. Your magic barbecue scraper told you so.
Oh.
So what? It cares enough to retroactively pass on my insults, but not enough to save your disco ball-looking ass from getting locked up?
You're in here too.
I was taken here as a kid. What's your excuse?
I know what it is.
You probably got caught day one
Stop
after
it.
stepping into the
You're not
sunlight,
getting to
you
me.
fucking
Enough.
toaster asshole.
I said enough. No, I won't do it.
Just as well. If it's your paradise, it's probably just anime girls.
Loyal subject, you have struggled and toiled in the field for generations. You have suffered great hardships and fought harsh battles. But above all, you have suppressed your fear of what is to come after death. Fear not, for you have been given an opportunity to abolish that fear entirely.
What?
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 What? What?
I said we had a new resident, Lord Sylvester.
Ah, yes. Thank you, Sylvia. Welcome, new alloy. To the autocratic state of Salzburg. Okay.
He's dead?
What just happened?
The sword told me that this was going to happen.
Sound of immortality.
As you wish.
Alright, one more game. Bring it. Shit.
What is its name?
What?
The name of the demon that possesses you. Do not lie.
Trust me, I'd tell you if I could, but I have absolutely no idea. So is this like your house or something?
I was forged by the very being that orchestrated the stars and filled the seas. I was imbued with a vow to save mankind from the scourge that is Hades and its foul occupants. If a demon is not in possession of your soul, then your very soul must be a creature of the devil himself.
Now, is this really necessary? Because I know a really cute second katana I could introduce you.
I hope y'all learned a valuable
why'd that happen?
life-changing lesson from that there message from the heart.
No.
Connor, I'm going to be straight with you. That was f***ed up. I've sent the report to the site manager, but he wrote it off as a minor workplace accident. And Connor, I've looked at your documents, and it seems almost all of your tests end in an unusual number of staff casualties, even SCP casualties. I was told the whole point of using you in tests is because you're expendable. No offense.
None taken.
Maybe people dying on a regular basis is just part of the job. But I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a depressing thought.
Are you
So
new
he's
here?
protected by a demon or something,
Yes,
as you were saying.
actually.
That
Not to
defeated
jerk
the sword.
myself off, but of all the SCPs to be stuck in a room with, I'm pretty damn tame and boring. I don't think you need to worry about a thing.
Bum bum bum. But they did have to worry about a thing. So how close am I? What's this? Horn fragments? How do I get these? She's unprofessionally attracted to a big demon thingy. That's what I'm saying! Now she's got a conflict of interest because he's a big demon thingy. Oh, these just random fucking untextured things in the snow. Wait, Containment Episode 6. Part 1 of 2. The Infinite Ikea, I love this one! Bro, shush, she can fix him. Oh, she's gonna get the demon out of him. And then he's gonna die. Infinite Ikea is one of my favorite SCPs. Oh, it's okay, Lord Bung. Don't apologize.
Day 72. Another sleepless night fades in this static purgatory, haunted by the presence of a faceless, bloodthirsty army. Rations are dwindling. Meanwhile, the unrelenting barbarian tribes from the checkout regions are showing no signs of surrender. I feel crushingly smaller each day looking into the ceaseless horizon of cubicles, mourning for the souls lost in this endless hellscape.
That's where the animation pops off. Yeah, this is like definitely higher quality.
My mind is at ease, however, for I have proven myself invaluable to my tribe. I will fight for the ones I love. For her. Because I know that is what makes me a hero. But above all else, I am burdened with the knowledge that there is nothing in this world more dangerous and destructive.
It distracts me that he sounds
than
like
the
Griffin
monsters in
McElroy,
this
though.
endless Swedish nightmare.
Oof. That's a splinter.
The store is now closed. Please exit the building.
He's alive! Quick, get the man something to drink!
Is he from the outside?
I hope he's okay.
Broken boy, what do they call you?
This question should be really easy.
Might have something to do with that awful spike in your noggin.
Are you guys, like, road warriors? Can you tell me what's going on? I can't remember anything that's happened, and I'm kind of pissed off that I remember Mad Max more than my own.
What are you doing? We're supposed to be looking for vending machines, not more mouths to feed. We're hunter-gatherers.
What's the point of hunting if we can't even fight off the bigger tribes? If we patch this guy up, maybe he'll help us out.
The point is, we can't keep getting distracted every time we see another lost schmuck trapped in the aisles.
It's better distraction than your stupid journal.
Hey, documenting is crucial. It's how we remember society. Have you already forgotten what
Documenting is
convicts look
crucial.
like? Because this guy hasn't even ditched his prison garbs.
Oh, come on.
Like we're all saints in the land beyond the parking lot.
Remember what the elders said. Second hand, second chance.
Is that a joke?
You are starting to sound like the greedy tribes from the self-serve area.
Whoa, mate! You still with us? We've got to get him out of here.
I'll grab his legs.
Demon. Ding, 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 that's the demon.
Ah! Where am I? Are we in a womb?
Are we in a womb? You absolute basket case. I'm afraid you're still on the infinite Ikea, son.
What's in
Good voice.
Infinite Ikea?
What's in Ikea? It's a magic place, Ikea is. A benevolent realm of lamps and leather. A wondrous dimension of decor and deck chairs, as far as your wallet can take you, with cushions so soft, it's like drowning in the tits of an angel.
Wow.
But this
Is it
one,
Vulcan again? I think it
this
might be.
one's quite shit.
Oh.
Something's off about this.
Sound balancing.
Do all Ikeas have those faceless people?
I can't tell you, but as I always say, never trust a man without facial features. My name's Elder Freestanding Bathroom Cabinet, by the way, head of this tribe. And if you'd like to stay here, I'm gonna need you to protect your fellow survivor. You think you can handle that?
Sure, yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes.
That was easy. I hereby induct you into the Canopy tribe. Your clan name is Thorn, on account of that shard of wood stuck in your head. Talk to you later. Supper's in an hour.
So the concept of this SCP is it's an Ikea that once you enter, you
Thorn,
can't
huh?
leave again the
Not
same way you
bad.
came in, and it's endless.
At least it's not stethoscope.
And at
Yeah.
night,
Can't imagine having it.
That's my name.
the resident
But please call me Steph.
staff
Were
come
you
alive and
found
try to
with
kill
a
you.
stethoscope stuck in your head?
No, I'm just the closest thing
You
to
can
a
leave,
doctor
but it's really
in
hard.
this
Yeah,
tribe.
it's completely random.
So, like a dentist, a nurse?
Livestock, mate.
Right. Well, thanks for dealing with my head splinter.
No problem. I'm happy to check up on your wood anytime.
Whoa!
Hey, he's awake.
Sorry to hear about your memory loss.
I'll forget about it.
We haven't been formally introduced. I'm Tallboy. This is Hutch.
Good morning.
This is Hope.
How do you do?
And over there.
What about your unprofessional psychotherapist girlfriend?
Can you quiet down? I'm trying to scribe over here.
And that's Stanley. Don't mind him. He's a bit of a twat.
I don't even know why he's called Stanley.
Stanley isn't really a furniture name anyway. On a high pedestal, however.
Is that joke a chair? Because you've been sitting on that one.
I'm not even Turkish.
He can't remember. Oh, does he not remember? I didn't realize that he'd lost all memory. It was just how he got in.
Fellow Ikeans, I am proud to announce that I have found some Lego.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm not sure how it got in here. Also, I am proud to draw unneeded attention to the latest addition of our tribe, Thorn, the Impaled.
Legend!
Amisa.
The audio mixing's a little whack.
Ikea! So, Thorn, you must be a pretty rowdy fella to survive getting stabbed in the head, right?
I guess so. I've still got no feeling in my left nut.
This is gonna sound forward, but
He's quieter than everyone else.
we spar?
But you're so big.
I'll go easy on you.
Good. It's my first time.
Huh?
Try to disarm me.
God, he's loud. Is this all Australians?
You were thinking too long.
What?
Teamwork!
Oh my god, this is really cool. Owie.
What?
You've only prolonged this inevitable pillow fight. Retreat! That's right, we landed on some pillows. That's our thing.
You've done saved me life, Thorn.
Did I do that?
How did he do it? That's crazy.
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna be that guy. Where the fuck? I'm looking for essence. I have essence of ice, and I need fucking smoldering scrap or something so I can make the thing to give to the giants. Where's that? Where's that? I'm looking at the map. It says it's in the mountain east. And then what? Near Anvil. Near Anvil. Look to the east. Oh, this. Wait, no. This is where I got it. Wait, where's the scrap, though? East of Dunmith? Is it Dunmith? Further east than that? Interrupting the movie. I'm trying, guys. Is it this little thing right here? That has no indicator? Of course. Alright, we'll go up and see Thor first. Okay. Sorry, continuing.
Day 73. Another sleepless night lurks over this hostile territory, anguished by the presence of a new face. Rations are dwindling. Meanwhile, the power-mad nobody from the land beyond the parking lot is showing no signs of surrender.
What is the animation?
I feel crushingly small each day looking into the ocean of praise he receives from these victims. I mourn for these lost souls in this endless hellscape. My mind is in darkness, for I have proven myself invaluable to my tribe. Yet no matter how many times I fight for the ones I love, they can't see that I am the hero. This cannot be my burden. This damn fucking shit motherfucker fucking monster. I was nobody in the land beyond the parking lot. Just please, let me have this.
Is this supposed to be the guy that the journal of the SCP is based on? What was that last shot?
Monster! I was nobody in the land beyond the parking lot. Just please.
He's writing in his journal, which is how they
this.
got information on this, right?
Tiny creature.
What? I don't know what that's all about. Oh shit, this one's 20 minutes. Hold on, I'm gonna get a beer. I'm gonna get a beer. That's it. I need a beer. I'm gonna hit 80 and drink a beer. Woohoo! Oh, love beer. Love 80. Love WoW. We're gonna crash. Oh no! Ah! Phew. That was a close one, guys. Thank you for warning me. We have to go back up, though. Alright, back to show. Love beer, love drink. Love small proto-drake egg. You having a good night, Criken? Love chat. Love night. Love show. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me.
Born from coal and plucked from the suspended in material.
What the hell?
From hate and from hunger. Little one.
Spanish.
Your shell will
Love Spanish.
be vacated for the great Lord of the Void.
Me llamo Español. Me gusto Español mucho.
Draw your last breath as a slave to the corporeal, my acolyte.
Love killing hatchlings.
God. You assert that a god exhibits neither shame nor despair. Yet I stand unchanged, a tragic husk.
What the hell is going on in this show right now?
Hands. I surrender my future, the prospect of a family, to carry your poison. You misled me. I renounce your control.
You ungrateful dog. Hear me now, Criken. If my father was chosen for this most virtuous of tasks, then he would never have died so disgracefully and
fascinating.
No! I like that character. That's a voice I would do. Turn it up a bit. I will, but the audio balancing is a little all over the place. So
thank you, Father. Forgive me for my defiance. What task have you for your loyal god?
Fidelity has always been your greatest quality, Ragnar.
That's a good voice.
I swear to you, my son, all of your shame and guilt, all of your sins, they will collapse into the abyss we all
up in their game, man.
Share that truth with the world. Share it with the provinces, the valley, and the empires of the west. Show them your conviction. Show them the serenity of the void.
You wish you were a VA, Sag? You can do it, Boone. I believe.
Excuse me. Hi, hello.
Hey.
You're Connor, correct? Would you like a pistachio?
What the hell?
Wakey, wakey, warriors! I'm in the mood for feudal violence and food. Can I get a teamwork? Teamwork!
Hello, is somebody there?
Teamwork!
Hello?
Teamwork! Teamwork!
Teamwork.
Wait, what?
Hey, come on, Thorn. Trolley's not gonna push itself.
Oh, it was a dream. And now they're all gonna be mannequins. Now they're all gonna be mannequins.
That should do the trick. Just don't put too much pressure on it.
Thanks.
You know, that's not the only appendage I can help straighten.
Okay, thanks, Death.
Oh, come on. It's just a joke. Don't take it so hard. Ugh. You always have to make it weird. Next, you're going to tell me all those photos I
She's
take of
like,
you in the shower aren't for medical purposes.
Ugh, this is
You're so
annoying.
paranoid.
Why won't you just
No
sleep with
wonder
me?
You're single. I'm gonna get real with you, Thorn. I have never had tummy tickles this bad before.
Tummy what?
Maybe it's that mysterious backstory shit I'm really into. Maybe it's that weirdly permanent chin stubble on your delicate baby face. Maybe it's the exceptional lack of intimacy I've suffered trapped for years in this infinite Ikea. Who knows? But I do know, one of these days, I'll wear you down, bitch. And we'll finally be together forever. Like conjoined twins.
Oh.
But not like blood-related conjoined twins. That's incest.
Dude, this guy needs a Doug. You know what I mean? I like her. Oh no, Lawman's got a type. Anyone be breathing like this?
What's on your mind, son? You've been
What's
sulking
on
at
your
that
mind?
blasted seat for weeks now. We've started calling it the boo-hoo ledge. What's the matter?
It's not important.
Now, I may be a serious man, but I'm nothing but attuned to my fellow tribesmen. Come on, tell old Papa Freestanding Bathroom Cabinet.
I feel like an egg. Like an egg that hasn't hatched, you know? All the others are out and running around and pecking, chirping, living life. I don't know what it is. I just can't hatch. I can't hatch. I've been like this for, it feels like forever. Sheltered, locked up, closed off, alone.
Any other eggs in chat?
What if I did open up?
Rise up, eggs. Show me your hands if you're an egg.
A gross mess. And what if they hate it?
That was a trick. Eggs don't have hands. If you're raising your hand, then you're not a fucking egg. All right? Get over
Sorry,
yourself.
I told you this wasn't important. I'm sitting here talking about eggs and eggs like some fucking egg farmer.
Whoa there, Thorn. Calm down. It sounds to me like you have a perpetual need for love and attention, possibly due to a lifetime being deprived from human intimacy.
But you
Kinda
egg
crazy
them
how,
on.
despite your memory loss, your brain still acts upon your deep-seated emotional damage. Ain't that crazy? Anyway, this is getting uncomfortable, so I'm gonna stand over there.
Go.
Things couldn't make any less sense.
Connor, you shit-lipped whore! Where's the teleporting staple gun?
I stand corrected. What is this?
It's a drone, Connor, and it was not easy to get approval for. Like those pen-pushing
Oh shit, it's them!
couldn't afford it.
That voice. It's familiar. And annoying. But my name is not Counter. It's Thorn.
Stop fucking around, Connor. Get your disposable ass back to the facility.
Connor, do you still have that teleporter? It's very important that you don't lose it.
Excuse me. What are you doing in my chair? I lived for 1 darn second and a half, and all of a sudden my vessel is being mutineered by a gang of hooligans.
You better not be harassing the kitchenware tribe. They've
Get
got
'em.
enough on their plates already.
I have no idea what you're saying. I'm not a disposable Counter. I'm not a shit-lipped whore, and I'm not listening to some $50 GoPro drone. I am the Impaled, the Boxborn, the terror of the Isle de Muerta. I am an Ikean warlord.
I was raised in these flat packs.
I'm a Nike and
I eat
warlord?
balls and drink the free, bloody refills of my enemies. And when I die, I will be taken gracefully into the realm of Agunnarit. I am Thorn.
Of economics?
No, your name is Connor, and you're a glorified fucking crash test dummy.
Hey, Connor, while you're in there, could you get a couple of executive office chairs since we're apparently understocked?
Go flush yourself.
Wow, that's a hate crime.
Amnesia. Great. Thorn, does the number 3660 mean anything to you? The little black zipper.
Some big scary blokes in lab coats use that zipper to turn you into one of those little round frogs for a week. For an experiment. If I recall correctly, that was really upsetting for you, wasn't it?
Look at him. He looks like a little scrotum. Spray him with the acid again.
I'm surprised he hasn't started suppressing memories sooner.
We are not doing this. Okay, my turn. Listen, Thorn. This is very important, and I don't want you to
2
take
bars
this
left.
the wrong way. I'm going to have to ask you to kill yourself.
Okay, my turn now. Thorn, I've bookmarked a couple of memory-enhancing maths games on epicmathsgames.com.
No!
Well, as Elder Freestanding always says, heckling drones cometh before the dawn. I shouldn't be expecting any more surprises for the rest of the night. Huh? Who are... Oh, that guy.
Shut up. I'm doing this for the tribe. You're a monster. I won't let you ruin me. I won't let you ruin this tribe.
Stanley? Why are you threatening Thorn with a that's why your name's Stanley.
Oh, the egg. I get it. Oh, and because he died, the brain got reset, and so the amnesia stopped. I get it.
I remember everything.
That's cool.
God, my life sucks.
Wait, I missed that. Judging by YouTube, so did a bunch of people. It was GF? No way.
I remember everything. God, my life sucks.
Unprofessional!
Absolute wanker. We were supposed to be one big family. Why would you do this to your brother?
Elder, look there. Thorn is self-assembled again. Just like Ikea legend.
Hopefully they don't misinterpret this.
Like I always said, holy resurrection cometh before the dawn.
Dead champion!
I always
How'd
said,
you do that?
Don't. Wait, hold on, hush everyone. He wrote us a message in his own blood.
Oh, that's fucking rad.
He wants us to follow his example of bravery and sacrifice. We must take a leap of faith, and we too will become undying.
Steph, wait! What the ever-loving fuck are you doing?
Sorry, Stanley, but you're kind of a dick.
Maybe I should have used more blood. What the?
Bless you, Thorn. You sacrificed yourself just to catch my frail, shriveled constitution.
Oh, wait, they're okay.
Alright, good job. Get up on there. We're getting out of here.
Are you taking us to the land beyond the parking lot?
Didn't
You know
expect
it,
that.
big guy. You're a lot heavier than you look, Hutch.
That's because I was born with 2 skeletons inside my body.
Huh?
It's the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. And we get to eat pizza, and it's a huge top secret facility. But don't tell anyone I told you.
Got it.
If I remember correctly, I died in aisle 34,692. God, I missed having a good brain.
Is that our escape, Thorn?
It sure is. Oh, but my real name's Connor.
So why'd they send you into this awful place anyway? Do they hate you or something?
No, I'm just the closest thing to a field analyst there.
Like an agent? A spy?
Thought you saw the last of me, huh? Well, looks like the pillowcase is on the other pillow. Say goodnight, Canopy Tribe.
Oh, shit.
I'm not with them.
Hope can never die.
Try to crack my double skull.
I can't see what's going on.
God, I hope this isn't just a normal staple gun.
What? Oh. Oh. That was easy.
In my defense, I lost my memory and got, like, wicked good at throwing spears, but I'm really, really sorry about your drone.
It's okay, Connor. It's okay. Look over there. We found a chair for Dr. Wilson. Oh, you brought home some friends. Would any of you guys like some pistachios?
Oh my God!
Is that a no on the pistachios?
Oh, Connor. You know, in a weird way, this is exactly how I pictured our future.
Hold that thought. Tall boy, can you press your hand up against my temple?
Sure, Thorn. Anything for you, old buddy, old chum. What have I done? Oh, yeah.
Connor, you'll come back for me, right?
This is actually kind of comfortable, like a big flesh snuggie.
I hope I'm not the closest to wherever the anus
Oh,
is.
I think I left my stove on back at the canopy.
I can't wait to be let back into normal society.
Am I allowed to be concerned yet?
Oh, come on. They're not dead. It doesn't count. Ugh. You always have to make it weird. Next, you're gonna tell me I'm darkness incarnate, one step away from leveling a small neighborhood. You're so paranoid. No wonder you're single.
Mean!
I cannot wait to hear all of your marvelous Ikea adventures. But first, raise your hand if you need to see a therapist.
Alright, it appears everything is fully operational.
So, I'm human again.
Correct. This new bit of hardware is really something. We
It's a Bruce's
appreciate you
quest.
volunteering. Transplanting the human soul is quite the sticky endeavor.
All right, Ian. It looks like you're good to go. Are you excited to see your
Who
family?
is Ian again?
God. I hope they remember me.
I'm sure they will.
The robot. Oh, okay.
Ludwig, come here.
Ah, Mr. Stavros, the invention is a huge success. Maybe we can even do something about your situation.
Kudos, my friend, but this is of special interest. For the past few weeks, this woman from the Ikea dimension has an interesting medical anomaly. She was particularly fond of our favorite test subject.
Insightful. The site manager will be very grateful for this information.
Indeed.
I'm gonna tell him first.
What? That is bullshit. I am brain doctor.
Who are these people?
But the whole time I just felt tired and resented from them.
Unprofessional!
Resentful?
Resentful. I kinda liked being important. So I thought helping them would make me happy, and it did. Until it didn't. It was like that story with the guy and the rock going up the mountain.
Jumanji 2? Oh, Sisyphus.
That's the one.
Well, sounds to me like you have a perpetual need for love and attention, probably due to a lifetime.
Okay, no more psychoanalysis, please.
Sorry. But is it really that hard to believe that people would like you even
Look at the little poster on the left. That's
Be
so
surprised to see how others react when you
unprofessional.
get to be yourself.
I don't want to be myself.
Ulduar is lost, my beloved slain. What is left?
Dr. Powers, you've been requesting access to a particular file over the past few weeks. Is that correct? I understand that you've been neglecting your health
I know this
checks
song.
as of late. I think it's in your best interest that you come to my office immediately.
Okay, where's the next one? This is the last episode. Sex music. Is that? Uh-oh. Is that sex music? Can't play sex music on stream. Wait, where's the end? What's the last episode? I think so. The creator has been in hiatus for a bit. Maybe there is a new one. Wait, it's not finished? There's a trailer that came out 2 years ago. And that's it. Huh. We'll never know. Well, we'll know eventually, but it'll take a while. There's an update video from last month? Okay, good. He broke his ass? He's still making it. He did break his ass. That is real. Oh no. Watch trailer? Yeah, I'll watch the trailer, sure.
I call this meeting of the O5 Council to order. It has come to my attention that Site 69, nice, among others, have fallen below the minimum occupancy. To solve this crisis, I propose that we expand the definition of paranormal to include everything on the endangered animal list as of 2015, and those European cars that only have 3 wheels. All in favor? Brilliant. Now let's proceed with...
If I may, Senior Chairman Graham, the Ethics Committee have a few concerns.
Here we go.
Oh, do you?
I'll allow it.
We've come to understand that Site 95 has stopped testing with death row inmates altogether, in favor of utilizing an immortal human SCP.
I thought you were against using inmates.
I am. But for the past decade, this SCP, this poor kid, has been burned, beaten, and blown to bits from Site 69 to Site...
Nice.
Yeah, nice. To Site 19. It's all on record. If you don't believe me,
The quality
believe
looks
his
really
therapist.
good. I think
She is
you
one
can
of
tell
the
they put in a lot of
brightest...
effort.
Therapist?
Yes,
Oh,
his
wait.
therapist. The SCP mental health program you co-signed with me 4 months ago developed a much greater understanding of...
That's uncharacteristically thoughtful of me. All in favor of defunding this program and using that money to hire more security?
You're a bunch of fucking cock turtles.
Cool. Honestly, like, it's really cool to see that his animation style has grown so much, you know? Definitely gonna give him a sub. Lord Bung, please go check him out. He did an update a month ago, so hopefully it means he's getting there. Do you know Young Scrolls posted a new track yesterday? I did. Young Scrolls. I love how he uploads his videos in a different
watched
resolution. Take it back. This is sex music?
Hey there, brother. If you want to live, you must heed my words. Skin grind likes to wash both like a cute little boss nest. That's shown. Wake up in the morning. That's terrific. But beware, the door might be mythic. You might die in the local pub at the bottle of thing. It's a corn grind, so watch out. You will end up just as I thought. Just as I thought. Friend, you better watch out. You will end up just as I thought. Just as I thought. Just as I thought. Don't let Salmo get his bread. Or he might be rich, but we will be dead. Talk to Dorian in Talos Plaza. He knows how to get ahead. Scans Dramora. Watch out. Seek ups. Miss at you from your music speak ups. But it has to be understood that these speak ups might be from my brotherhood. So watch out. You will end up just as I thought. Just as I thought. Friend, you better watch out. You will end up just as I thought. Just as I thought. Just as I thought. Diedrich entities, big and small, patiently wait for the towers fall. Some of them down like a game of Jenga. None is a playground to them all. Down the count of days to pass. You've got a disaster on your ass. Don't succumb to a sense of dread. New lives will be truly seen red. You better watch out. You will end up just as I thought. Just as I thought. Friend, you better watch out. You will end up just as I thought. Just as I thought. Just as I thought.
I love those songs. Oh no. If you know, you know.
By the gods, help! Help!
If you know, you know. Okay. What the hell's going on here? The whole freaking lore thing going down. What's the fine again? You want to hear that one? God. This is an actual line in fucking Oblivion. I still can't believe it.
I don't care about your bad breath, but it's kind of sad that you don't talk to me. If you could tell me what is in your head, 'cause you used to tell me that we're meant to be. I know that death will never do us part. I look at our hair, I spit in his face. To bring you back, I learned dog smart. Whatever the price is, I'm prepared to pay. What's the fine for necrophilia in this part of Tamriel? What's the fine for necrophilia in this part of Tamriel? Young, stay with
used to tell me that I stole your heart. And now I stole your other organs too. You used to tell me that I broke your heart. And I will break 1,000 more for you. I know that death will never do us part. I look at work here and I spit in his face. To bring you back, I learned darkest part. What's the fine for necrophilia in this part of Tamriel? What's the fine for necrophilia in this part of Tamriel? Young, stay with me. We're bound by blood, but please stay with me.
I love how cheery he made it. How fucked it is. No!
Wait a minute, let me do that one again. What's the fine?
He even put in the fucking voice line of the actor having to read the line. Oh, so good.
What's the fine for necrophilia in this part of Tamriel?
XP bar, dude, we're so close. And now I'm chasing quests that don't even show up on Questy anymore, so I don't even know where I'm supposed to be going. This sucks. I'm looking for in the Terrace of the Makers. Oh, I gotta find Thorim. To your left? Oh, God, you're right. It's right here. Come on.
This one time I came to skin grab. I was tired and feeling down. Then my friend
one bar,
told
let's
me
do this.
That Selno has the best sweet rolls in town. So I went to try the sweet rolls. Got my best shot fired down. Then I took one bite, and by the divines I felt just like the count. I could eat sweet rolls all my life. That'd be fine with me. I could eat sweet rolls all my life. That'd be fine with me.
Why aren't they helping me? Fucking Oathbound borders my ass.
That'd be fine with me. So I put
their Oathbound to hang out.
Cause I thought that now's the time. With that milk full of sweet rolls, I decided to retire.
They're Oathbound. Oh,
I could
okay.
die for Salmo's baking. I could live outside.
Come on, guys.
Thought I could smell the sweet rolls anywhere. Brother, please may I have some more? I could eat sweet rolls all my life. That'd be fine with me. I could eat sweet rolls all my life. That'd be fine with me. fine with me. That'll be fine with me.
You know, honestly, Young Scrolls is the perfect soundtrack to herald me into 80.
I could eat sweet rolls all my life. That'll be fine with me. I could eat sweet rolls all my life.
When's Hail Near come back?
That'll be fine with me. That'll be fine with me, with me, with me, with me, with me, with me. That'll be fine with me.
Come on. Hail near, I summon you! Oh, it works. Sweet. Alright, attack.
How great.
Where's Dagoth Wave? That's what I want. Yeah!
Well, the moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon my heart, look upon my heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon my heart, look upon my heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god, how can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. Well, the moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh. Come, Nerevar, come and look upon the heart, look upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart, look upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god, how can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god, how can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god.
These guys not get experience?
I'm a god.
Oh, come on now, game.
I'm a god. I'm a god. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. Oh, I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Oh, come on. Will these two quests even fucking do it? Let's see. Let me do Liar Liar. This is a good one.
Goods and wares of all kinds, and all can be yours.
Hello? You!
What?
I'm looking for some more merchandise to buy. What do you have?
Tools, wares, and hit.
Let's see it. What's that?
Oh, but this is dangerous business.
How much?
No, I don't think you need this hit.
I can pay 5 gold septims.
For that price? Sure, but I'm warning you. It is spicy. Fuck.
God, he's so cool.
Be streets of every streets on that game with no cheat. That bitch say he got sweet throat, so I give her that sweet meat. I give her that not meat. My gonna get funky. My spitting through in the booth. My things that you're partly. Long hustling between moons, smoking sugar from heaven. My gonna send you back to school. I'm gonna teach you a lesson. Come take a look at these shiny gems. My is hot like the desert. I'm with some holes.
Where's this guy? I lost him already.
My treasure. They call me the Knapper. The nice Colombian fur. They call me the Knapper. But they should be calling me sir. You know, as a matter of fact, I am never light, I never know. I am so fly, I never know. I am never light, I never know. They call me the Knapper. The nice Colombian fur. They call me the Knapper. But they should be calling me sir. You know, as a matter of fact, I am never light, I never know. I am so fly, I never know. I am never light, I never know. They call me tired, but I am bidding fire. My watching my seats of research me. They such a tired, my bitch, anxiety, right? My dick, like a sweet. My is getting hungry. They say you are what you eat. The right, I am so much pussy. I am almost not good at it. I am a carry, J, and I'm on these bars, and my dick, like I am eating bars. You're gonna tell me I'm over encumbered. Whole game on my back, I'm not here. Now you can see me, I'm drunk, see that with the ring on a retty. Holy fuck, my is so pretty. Nobody don't hear when I play with that pity. They call me the Knapper.
I don't know how to fucking find the guy anymore.
The Knapper. But they should be calling me sir.
Where's Thorin?
As a matter of fact, I am never light, I never know. I am so fly, I never know. I am never light, I never know. They call me the Knapper. The nice Colombian fur. They call me the Knapper. But they should be calling me sir. You know, as a matter of fact, I am never light, I never know. I am so fly, I never know. I am never light, I never know. What the fuck?
You didn't think that you were the only one.
My gods!
He was the first.
God!
How?
Sorry, the first was a long way off. Here, Bethesda, and we care about the environment. Bought my Tesla interior wide. I got 16 lines. The tail, my Idmas 2025. We go into Helder Felt. I mean, old time. Talk shit about me. I'm in the vine when live in old click for your house. Put you in the heart on the border to Skyrim, cause that's what you get for running your house. I'm sorry, but I'm not talking out to run when I say I'm in the six. It's me. I on the track. It is the bugs, the feature. Bitch, not on working back. Old 7-6 figures. You can talk about your dick, but mine's 4 times bigger. I mean, boy, you're a degenerate. I cannot fuck with you. Boy, you're a degenerate. I cannot fuck with you. Not on working back. Old 7-6 figures. You can talk about your dick, but mine's 4 times bigger. I mean, boy, you're a degenerate. I cannot fuck with you. Boy, you're a degenerate. this shit too easy.
Do I not get experience from those things either? Oh my god. Give me share, Gareth. Give me zoom. Is this the whole album? Wait, no. I like Blood Gang. Ah! Fucking help, you little oath-bound dwarves. I think I picked like the worst quest to try to ding on. They don't give me experience. Use their pet abilities. I know, Lawman, I know. I just have to keep spamming it. This is the only fucking pet in the entire game that does this. What's the big stream tomorrow? It's mostly a mystery, but it's gonna be a AI and D&D related thing. It's gonna be good. I need to finish this leveling so I can keep working on it.
Chalice with some fresh cattle juice. I'm really comfy in my vampire booth. More like balling every day. Act a fool. Pathetic creature. Romp up on you fool. Bad bitch, she gave me neck. I left ticket on her neck. Stupid bitch, she called me sunshine. I can't stand no disrespect. You don't fuck with fair and sundry if you have some intellect. You don't fuck with fair and sundry. Bad for your health.
I got the blood game at my disposal. We've been nice out, whole crew stayed frozen. Double cut, red cold bean, blood potion. I got the blood game at my disposal. I got the blood game at my disposal. I got the blood game at my disposal.
Red water spring, blood magically. Good with the wings, cause it's a bad one. Hey, make the check. Leave
an SCP stories, we heard them all.
Hey, you
We learned every SCP.
and menace in the street, cause all my brother's dogs. We ain't werewolves,
I'm
but we
hopefully
like
within,
to
like,
fight bone meal. Not an
15 minutes
alchemist,
of being
but I'm on that right. Gargoyles with the stony hide. You don't want to make my blood boils. You would very much. You don't want to fight.
I got the blood game at my disposal. We've been nice out, whole crew stayed frozen. Double cut, red cold bean, blood potion. I got the blood game at my disposal. I got the blood game at my disposal.
All of them.
I got the blood game at my disposal.
Where are you, Thorum? Yo, is that Vampire Thrall? Where's the guy? Can someone just... I already forgot where he is. Where's Thorum? Someone said south from here. Is that like here? Here, it's not showing on my thingy. No,
I got the blood game at my disposal.
It said south. Go to Temple of Storms? Oh, he's back up there now? Did he just move without telling me? Southeast tip of Terrace of the Makers on the map. Okay, so he's not in the Temple of Storms. All right. We're gonna do it. We're gonna end with the best one. Yeah, he's down here. Please. Will this be enough experience? No way. No way it's gonna be a full bar.
War is lost, my beloved slain. What is left for me here?
It's not. It's not enough. Meet Thorum near the Temple of Wisdom. But I get a blue from this. That's a good blue. I'm getting it. Come on! Temple of Wisdom. Temple of Wisdom.
You're perfect person for a guy like me, and your eyes are shiny like you don't see. I wish you could be mine for eternity. Could you please be mine? Hey,
do the math.
You trapped my soul, you broke my law. I feel your fate, cause you stole
need 60K?
my heart, stole my heart, trapped my soul, trapped
66K.
That's
That's not enough. This is 33. Wait, 26? Please. Is that 26K? So this might do it. Sorry, 36? So I'm gonna need 3K. Okay.
You're perfect person for a guy like me, and I know for sure that we are meant to be. If your heart is locked where I may have the key, could you please be mine? Hey, you trapped my soul, you broke my law.
If I had epic flying, I'd be there already.
Cause you stole my heart,
but I'm poor.
Stole my heart, trapped my soul, like a superstar, cause you're my star, cause you're my cause you're
I'm with you! Let's go! Logan! Stand up and fight me! I don't have anything else to play. I don't have anything else to play. Fuck. Oh shit. No! Thorum! He's fucking planking. What happened?
If it's something strange, sleeping in your bed.
No, wake up, Thorum. No! I didn't think this was gonna happen.
Let me tell you something. Bustin' makes me feel good.
Huh? I've been tricked. Flee. We in the end game now, boys. This is the biggest lore moment of the zone and you're busting on it. Well, Lawman, would you like to fill us in? All I get is that the Thor ripoff was tricked by the Loki ripoff, and now we're, I guess, reporting that to the Thunder Giants that we just fucking like liberated or some shit. Did I get it all? Did I get it? Am I caught up? Am I up to speed? Wait for confirmation. Did I get it right? It was in Old Ones. Ah, that was in Old Ones. And Old Ones did it. Oh no, he's typing. Old God did it. Oh, the old guy. Okay, all right, old God did it. It was secretly the jailer. Oh.
Let me tell you something.
Come on, baby. Climb that mountain. Down. Dive, dive, dive.
Sleep in your bed. Let me tell you something. Sleeping makes me feel good. I ain't afraid of no sleep. I ain't afraid of no bed. An invisible bed. A freaky ghost bed.
King Jokum. Fuck. Wait. Enter the halls of lightning to defeat Loken. I can't do that right now. Oh my god. Alright. How close? Ah! I'm missing 3K. Wasn't there a quest to mine the eyeballs out of these guys or something? Come on. No! Leave me alone. Please. Or give me 3,000 experience.
Makes me feel good. Yeah. I can't loot that.
Okay. Here's what you do.
When I was just a baby, my mama
Do it on the brittle revenants.
I was just a baby boy. I hear the train coming.
Come on, yes!
I hear that railroad train.
Level 80!
It's probably a good train. My mama was a train, but I'm stuck in baby prison. I know I can't be free.
I am.
I hang my head and breathe. When I was just a baby. When I was just a train.
I just whispered to Marvin Train.
I shot a train. But that train was just a car. I'm probably drinking coffee. Just a baby drinking coffee.
I'm so emotional.
Always drinking coffee and smoking big cigars. Well, if they freed me from this prison, well, if I was a car, I bet I'd be a good car. And that's what tortures me. When I was just a baby. When I was just a boy. My mama shot a man in Reno. I was just a baby boy.
This fucking run is so goofy.
When I was just a baby. When I was just a train. I shit my pants. I was just a baby boy.
All right. Well, mission complete. Oh no, I just closed a browser source that I'm never gonna find again. Rib 400 gold training? Is that 400 gold? Oh, you fucker. What did I even train? Well, that's enough WoW for tonight, huh? Could someone like the song? That was Neil Cicerega's Just a Baby from his album Mouth Dreams. You can find it on SoundCloud, on YouTube. That's very good. Now you can play the game. Woohoo. Heroic now, Madge. No. I want to get some food, man. I just fucking, what? Was it 5 hours? How long was that? Leveling from 79 to 80? But the grind! What'd I get? Oh, congratulations. Congratulations on your conviction to reach the 80th season of adventure. You are undoubtedly dedicated to the cause of ridding Azeroth of the evils which have plagued us. While the journey thus far has been no minor feat, the true battle lies ahead. Fight on! What is it? What's it gonna be? More of the potions that I've been getting all the fucking time every time I level up! Yeah, okay, dude. Whatever, bro. Thanks. Those haze pots, though. Well, those are some of the first pre-pull pots people started using in WoW. That is a fun fact. Thanks, Trey. Now level and alt. Yeah, let's just go do it again.
Hooray! Woohoo! Hooray! Woohoo! Hooray!
Roast big is bigger than baby. Yeah, but you know how fucking dense I am? 18,000 health dense. That pig, probably 20 health on a good day. Know what I mean? Well, yeah. I think that's gonna be it for now. I'm gonna get some rest. I'll probably do heroics. Mostly offline, but I don't know. Would you guys even want to see me do a heroic dungeon? Tank in a dungeon with my buds. Yeah, that might be more fun. I want to see it once, maybe. Everyone gets to see one. Also, my talents are fucked. These are not. Send us out with the baby song. Boone, we literally just heard the baby song. I gotta replay it. No, I'm okay. That's enough for me. Too soon, Boone? More like too late, Boone. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go eat leftovers at midnight after hitting 80 in WoW by myself in my empty apartment. So, yeah, that's my night. Hope you guys enjoyed the chill stream. Tomorrow, I'm doing a really cool stream with Charborg at like 5 p.m. PT. So I hope you'll tune in for that. That one is gonna be fun. So I'm not crying, you're crying. I'm not crying, you're crying. Okay. I will send you to Buck, who's playing Project Zomboid. We'll see what he's up to. But I'm gonna go eat first, so I'll see you there later. Okay. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for enjoying the SCPs. Raid message. I wish I was a car. I wish I was a car. I'd probably be a good car. Okay. Thanks for watching. Have a good night, guys. Bye-bye.